And we are live.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard, everybody. Hi, welcome back. It's been welcome aboard, welcome back. It has been a couple weeks since we have sailed the seven seas. So I'm very excited to be back with chapter 12 of By Leaps and Bounties, presented by Rook and Rasp. We are using the 7C second edition by Chaosium. We are not affiliated with the company. We just really like the game and being pirates, because who doesn't? So, this episode entitled Brother's Keeper. So, we shall see what is going to happen. We left our crew in some situations, but first, we would like to introduce everybody for those of you that are here. I'm Danny. I am the storyteller game master for this game. Keep in mind, I just run the game. I do not control it at all, as you probably have already guessed after 11 episodes. So I'm very excited for this, and let's go ahead and get started. Michael, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself first?
Hello,
And your
I'm
little
Michael.
friend.
Hello, I'm Michael. I play Andreas, and I am a Sarmatian Commonwealth, so I'm a duelist from the Sarmatian Commonwealth, who has a friend.
Rue?
Hello, I am Amelia McJansen of Kirkwall, and they know me as Ace, not Amelia. Nobody knows my name, and I need to stop introducing myself with it. But yeah, and I am a sailor, and I carry guns.
John?
Why, hello everyone. I am John, and I play Gianni Messina, and I'm the rogue from Verdaci, and pretty much, I guess, now officially the moral compass of the group.
All right.
I-
And last, but certainly not least, the lovely, the bloody, the refined Nanette, played by Allah.
Hello,
but go ahead,
everyone.
tell us about.
Oh man. Hi, I'm Ala, and I'm playing Ninette Primevère, who is of Montaigne. And she is one step closer to the plank and just about to break. So look forward to that.
That's a Linkin
All
Park song, I
right.
think.
True. All right. Do we have any announcements at the moment, Rue and John?
Well, we are in our second quarter, which means that we have a lot of shows coming up. This week and next week are the final two episodes of our Shadowrun short mini play. It's going extremely well. It's called Emerald City Nights. We hope that you show up for that. And we have Ninja Crusade. Also, it might be this week. We do have one of our friends sick. We'll see if they can make the show. And we've got quite a heck of a lineup coming up. We'll have Heckin' Good Doggos from What Inc. Games coming with the actual crew from What Inc. Games bringing it to us. And we will also have coming up in the next few months, oh my goodness, we have Battlers of the 23rd Century. Yes, that is the name of it. That will be coming as well. And then we have something else that I can't remember. We've got so many shows coming up, guys. It is exciting.
Good. Well, you have to do something when the pirates are no longer sailing, so you will have plenty of content to consume, everybody. So yes, because we have this session and two more before book one finale. So anyway, all right. So let's get started. We zoom in once again on our beautiful leather tome book, beautifully cut with By Leaps and Bounties carved into the letter on the cover. Our four symbols on the side, the sorte deck cards spread out, the sword, the gun, and the wedding veil. The book opens and we fly past all the chapters that we have gone through before, and the words and the quotes and all of that, and we land on the page Chapter 12, Brother's Keeper. And there's a photo picture drawn in ink on the page. And below the picture, before we get to the picture, it says, when everything goes to hell, the people who stand by you without flinching, they are your family. Jim Butcher. So the picture that we see is over Andreas's shoulder, peering out into the doorway of the pot of gold, where a very bedraggled Charles, inked drawing of Charles, is leaning on the doorway. He's obviously very injured still, even in the black and white drawing, looking straight into the photo, into the picture. We zoom in. Color starts to bleed forward into it, and we start to hear the sounds of the ship. We start to smell, the salt water and the wood and the oil and all of the things that take up the ship. And the picture starts to move, and we see, Andreas and Charles, their images of their bodies start to, move and come to life. And we focus in, and Charles is standing at the doorway, and he is looking, and he's leaning, holding himself up, and he says, I need to speak to Andreas.
Does it have to be in private?
He thinks about that for a second. And then he nods.
If you'll excuse me, I'll follow him out of the room.
Mm-hmm. He's obviously kind of dragged himself out of bed after he's woken up, and he's leaning up against the hallway of the ship, and he looks up at you, and his eyes are just like watering. He looks very upset, and he says, I am so sorry.
For what?
When you showed up in Charouz and looked for passage, and I told you that I knew of a master on Labuka. That wasn't exactly true.
Okay. I mean, I figured out a little while ago that you definitely used false pretenses, but you still got me to Labuka, which was my goal. So, I forgive you for the deceit. I mean, of the current things that's happened, that's relatively low on the list of concerns. Is there something else that would...
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. It was just I needed to get on the and like you gotta hug him
just
and
a big old hug.
You back.
I think technically he's a little taller than me, so I'm just like hugging him and just like, yeah, it's okay.
He says, I promise I'll find you somebody. I promise. I'll find somebody. I mean, I know some people in the Invisible College, and I'm sure they know somebody. I'll find somebody for you. I promise.
So, who do you actually know someone here? Or, I mean...
Well, I never got to the meeting place where I was supposed to leave a message. But I assume there are some Invisible College people on the island.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm hoping it'll be okay. It's pretty rough right now. A lot going on. Um, I don't know if you're ever going to make that meeting to that meeting place. Um, I will say it looks like the rest of us are probably heading off Labuka very soon. And I'm sure if you want to leave and go anywhere else in Thea, that the pot of gold. I'm not going to speak for them, but I have a feeling they would be more than happy to drop you off somewhere along the way. Um, at the same time, I mean, you did say you wanted to get a big book collection, and we're gonna probably be seeing some things, and you're probably gonna be able to write a really good book if you want to kind of hang along. Might even be a bestseller.
So, so you're not upset with me? I mean, I feel like this is all my fault. I mean, if I hadn't brought you onto the ship and I hadn't, insisted, and then the ship might not have sunk if the thing wasn't on the ship, and then, I mean, all those people and
Did you bring the thing onto the ship?
no.
So all you were doing was getting me to Labuka, which is what I asked for.
Well, I mean, yes, but you wanted to go to Labuka because you thought the master was there, right?
I mean, my priorities have changed slightly, but yes.
I mean, that's why I felt bad because, you went there because, you thought the master was there, and I knew he wasn't, but I thought it would be helpful to have somebody with me so I didn't look too obvious on the ship, but then that didn't work. So like, what was the point? And I shouldn't have brought you in there in the first place. And
After meeting Gianni and being around him quite some time, I have a strange feeling that our fates were a little more intertwined than you think. And one way or another, I was going to end up on the Utrecht. Whether you got me on there or I got myself on there, I think we would have ended up going to the same place. And
you think so?
I think so. Something. We all ended up here through what can only be the weirdest flips of fate. And I don't think that even the greatest Strega could have untangled these fate webs.
Well, I want to help if I can.
Well, I mean, what do you know about the Inquisition?
Well, they throw a hell of a punch. I mean that's what I can find out some. I mean, I know a little bit, but not much. It wasn't really my area of expertise.
If we go back to Charus, how good are your how many contacts do you have for the Invisible College there?
I have a few. Yeah, in Charus. Mm-hmm. Ooh, but I'd have to tell them about the bracer. But I'll do that. I'll do that. Don't worry about that. I'll do it. I'll do it.
How are they at how are they at smuggling things?
Well, the last time I tried to smuggle something, the ship sank, so
Well, that's why I asked how good are they at it, not how good are you at it. We have a very frozen Danny.
Oh no!
You
Oh,
broke
no.
her.
You broke Charles.
I broke Charles when I did that little joke.
I think Discord is just
Yeah, can the rest of us okay?
Yeah, I got everybody else. I broke Charles. I feel so bad.
No, I mean it's true. That's what I was thinking. I was like, it's not you, bud. We want to know how good they are. Yeah, I thought it was a dramatic effect pause too. Well, we'll go to a brief break, folks, while we sort out the bullshit that we've
Maybe a
got
short
going
one.
on today. Yeah,
short breaks.
Short one.
Sorry about that. Froze for a sec. Anyway, as Charles was saying, he said, well, the last time I tried to do that, the ship sank.
That's why I asked how good they are, not how good you are.
Well, they seem to do pretty good so far, from what I know.
Okay. Yeah. How quickly can you contact them if putting this on the if list, we get back to Charus? Like, if you had less than an hour, could you do it?
I think so.
Okay. We're gonna. Cool. Yeah, we're gonna tuck that away. We're definitely gonna tuck that away.
He's kind of like leaning, and he's starting to kind of like slide down the wall.
Nope. Stay here. I gotcha. Okay. All right. Let's get you back to the bed. You're gonna, you know what? Your job right now is to recover. Here's I don't know, the book that I'll here's the book that the captain gave you. I'm sure there's probably a few things you haven't reread a few dozen times.
Can I have my journal?
Oh yeah, here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah.
Thomas is still like over on the other bed, and he's like still facing the wall. If you bring Charles into the room,
I will see if Thomas is breathing at least.
He is.
Why would he?
He doesn't seem.
Look, at this
Yes.
point, I don't know what, like, bad things have happened. I'm just making sure that worse things haven't happened. And does his breathing seem very rhythmic, like soft snoring
Slow.
rhythmic?
He's not asleep. He's staring at the wall, but his breathing is even.
Okay.
He's having one of those Primvera breakdowns.
Oh yeah. Andreas is relatively familiar with those.
Classic Primvera. Classic.
All right. Yeah, you recover. You lay there. And Andreas just pauses and looks at Thomas, and he's like, "I have no idea what to say to this person."
What happened to him?
A worse version of what happened to you. Much, much worse.
He kind of looks over at the bed. And he kind of nods.
If you can think of anything they said that might be useful, definitely give us a heads up.
Okay.
Fortunately, I think that's about the best we're at right now. Not a lot of great choices right now. So
Right.
But I bear you no ill will for getting me to Labuka even under false pretenses. I mean, yeah.
Thank you.
And
He's like clutching
We gotta
the book to
we
his
gotta-
chest, the journal.
you know what? I think maybe we're gonna work on your cardio a little bit, because you don't seem like the fighting type, but we're gonna make you in the running type. You're gonna get quick.
Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna. Yeah, Yeah, I mean. We're gonna make sure you
He's
live
like
to
laying
live
back.
to. We're gonna make sure you live to write another day, and we're gonna do that by you being able to run.
He's kind of laying back on the pillows, and his eyes are kind of. He's doing that like I'm starting to fall asleep, kind of, you know.
Yep.
With his book.
Andreas will slowly ease back to the other room and open the door quietly and close the door quietly.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
I was gonna say, and obviously we had some time, so I will definitely let the others catch up if they want to talk about something, or if they were all just right there at the door listening in the entire time.
that is up to the other three.
One of them has a wooden mug up there.
Yeah, so Andreas leaves the room with Charles. And you three are in the room.
So, based on what are we talking about? What can I do for you? Do we have a plan? I mean, obviously we have to go and save your family.
Yeah, that's the plan. Any grand ideas about how to do that, and we're all ears. I'll even if you come up, Johnny, love, if you come up with a grand plan for getting us to Montaigne without using that Montaigne dog over there on the Whisper, I'll make whatever pact with you that you want. All that stuff that you said, I will cut myself open and bleed for it. Just tell me how to do it a better way.
I have ideas, but I don't want to speak too much. If anybody else has an idea.
I mean,
Well,
you've already
Andres-
heard that I don't really want to pull you any more into this than you already have been. But I want to stress, I don't blame you for any of this. Yes, it was your choice to steal the artifact, but it was my choice to not turn myself in Puerto del Sur, and maybe that would have spared people a lot of pain. But we'll think of something. Perhaps we can. The Count might have Porte Mage is in his employ. We should speak to him.
I was thinking, the Invisible College, the comp, and something else. I have no idea, but fate usually seems to find a way. My other thought was maybe some way of sending a letter, communicating at a distance. I don't know if that's possible, but I figure if I say it here, maybe one of you know.
Tomato might be able to send a letter with his Porte. If he is recovered, I should go check on him. He did not look well.
So, those are my initial thoughts, and then we can either go there quickly or go there slowly if it looks like that's a choice. And then after that, of course, we do what we do. Hopefully, we do it well together. Because otherwise, I just jump through the window and I do it all. Which I don't mind.
Well, nobody's jumping out another window. That went really poorly last time for some of us. Not anybody's fault, but my own. But still, maybe the Count does have somebody that we can perhaps use. The Invisible College isn't a bad idea. Charles would be the only person that I think could get us in touch with them.
You saw him, he was barely walking.
Well, I know, but I mean, maybe he can tell us. Didn't he tell you? He said there, or hell, he was with me. Yeah, he said there was a meeting place. Maybe we can go and do some type of, like, I don't know, some kind of drop. Let them know that we need assistance. He seemed kind of worried before about losing the bracer. That's my fault. That's on me. I need to probably make amends with them, even though it's not theirs either, but...
Well, that's what's really been bothering me. He's got the bracer. He has a Porte Mage who can theoretically walk to Charus easily. Why did they have to send my brother here to send this sort of very morbid message?
Did I not say he's not with the church?
Well, they seem to think he is.
They, I think, are just full of crap.
Well, how do you know he isn't?
Well, I don't, but I mean, how do I know any of us aren't?
At this point, I think Andreas is going to come back into the room.
Based on all the pieces coming together, what I think we have here is the bracer is somehow, he says, a key to his birthright. Or somebody's birthright, right? That's what's been said, yes? The bracer is important to, both Silent Death and Villanova. And then, if the church had the bracer to give as a leverage, they would have control, or at least could try to gain a foothold once again in Vodachi. That's my thought, is that they wanted somehow this involves both Villanova and Silent Death, and this could be why.
Maybe they want something bigger.
But
why stop at Vodachi when you can have all of Thea? Know the world.
All I'm saying is when I talked to him, and we made it a truce, kind of, he said that the church was not with him. They wanted it for themselves, not him. So if I know that we had that note that implied that they were trying to get the bracer, but we don't know where that note came from. We don't know if that is the prerogative of the church at large or if it's the prerogative of whoever was in that church in Charus. which could mean that it's exposing some bishop somewhere of being engaged in an activity against the church. There's any number of reasons why that note said what it said, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Silent Death is lying when he says that he's not in league with the church. He says he thinks the church wants the Bracers to do, because they want his birthright.
If there is one thing we can definitely trust, it's that any nobleman of Vadachi pats the, shakes the hand of the church, with coin, and otherwise wants nothing more to do with them.
You heard me when I said Andreas was back in the room, right? Yeah. I'm just making sure you're
just
thinking Michael him. And not. Oh, okay. I just want to make sure, that got heard. So all four of you are in the room.
All right.
He's resting again. He just wanted to apologize for getting me into this.
What's with all of you apologizing for everything today? Nobody did anything wrong. It's whatever.
Confession is good for the soul.
I don't know about that. That's like a piss poor way to spend your day.
Reminders, just as players, you have about 5 hours before they said that Silent Death would be ready to sail. You do have Kaya getting the note to Dubois to meet. I mean, you could ghost him. I mean, that's not a big. I mean, whatever. I'm just saying that's happening.
Did we specify where?
Nope. Just said
no.
But here's the thing with that situation. Like I said, I would rather not have to use him again. You said you already made some deal with him last night anyway. So
yes.
And that's fine. That's fine. You're under a lot of stress. I understand.
No, you don't understand how dangerous walking is.
I don't. You're right.
It's terrifying.
Well, okay, and then let's not ask him to do that again if it's so terrifying. And you've already asked him to do a lot, and you're already indebted to him. If anybody does talk to him, it shouldn't be you anyway. It should be the rest of us. Because I don't know. I still feel like if Tomas is feeling all right, he could probably walk you back.
He's not going back to Montaigne after everything that's happened. He's going to stay here for now until I figure out how to get the rest of my family out.
Okay. I'm just saying, if let's find another way, then let's go. We either talk to the Invisible College or we talk to the Count and see if he's got somebody, and if neither of those work, then we can see if Dubois can help us. I don't want to be further in debt to him, though. And I know none of us made the deal with him, only you did, but that's... If we're gonna do this, then it's all of us. And if we're not gonna do it, then I'm gonna leave. That's where we are. All right? So what are we doing? Do we want to try the other? Because I'll just ping Kaya and say, fuck it, don't worry about it. Focus on getting the ship out of here. I don't care about Silent Death. Let it go. His time will come.
I agree.
Right now. The other... I was just going to say, the other two things were there's 8 hours before Nanette has to be back. And you do have, the Count did say when evening came to kind of meet up so you could see the ship. That was the other two things. But that's kind of the things that's going on right now.
Yeah.
If someone mentions that, I'd be like, I really don't care about the ship right now either. If we're not going after Silent Death, the ship doesn't matter right now.
I could go and have a quick meeting with the Count, as it's my reward, so I can just go and accept my reward and inform him that there was going to be a slight delay due to unforeseen circumstances, and basically try to smooth things over there. That way, he's not adding to the pile of people that want to do less than pleasant things to us.
I don't necessarily think that. I mean, do we think that things need to be smoothed over? I thought the
I
whole
don't-
negotiation this morning was fine.
I don't want to ghost him the way we could
Well,
ghost
don't ghost
Dubois.
him, but go and ask, go tell him, and then go ask him if he's got somebody that can get us to Charus. Like,
I could do that.
day.
Yeah, if this is the thing. I mean, we ultimately there are many things that could be covered right here if we go and talk to the count, and that is we set things straight. He knows what we're doing and why we're doing it. We find out if he has somebody that can get us there. All that can be taken care of in one step, and if it can, great. If it cannot, then we know we need to go with the Invisible College.
All right. I just wanted to make sure. I was more saying.
I feel like the more that we try to like pussyfoot around these guys, and we're like, oh, we're sorry that we suck and all this shit and smoothing shit out. No, at some point we have to do what we have to do, and if he doesn't like that, he made the agreement too.
I didn't want to spread out someone else's business without their permission, which is why I recommended that tact.
I think you are correct, Andres, and I think tact is the correct approach. But we should keep the Count informed of what is happening, because it does affect his business as well. If this is a suicide mission to Charus, well, we will not be able to hold up our end of the bargain.
That's why we just make sure that it's not a suicide mission. I promise I will do what I can that none of you die. That's all I can do. And we'll get your family out, or your whoever it is that we're going for. And you're sure that they're alive.
Right. Maybe we go see if we can have our meeting a little early with the Count.
I mean, I say we can have a meeting. I don't know if we need a tour of the ship. I don't know if we have time for that.
Very much in agreement. The ship can wait. If we live through the survive the saving of the family, then we'd worry about the ship.
Although, if we take a slower approach back to Charus via ship, this would be the faster boat to take.
I agree, but okay. Well, let's lay that out. Do you really think the church is going to give any shits whatsoever if you're not there in 8 hours?
I don't see how they were expecting my brother to bring me back in the state he was in. So
That's why I think that they are expecting him to bring you back. I don't think they care about his well-being. They just know he can do it.
well, we will try the letter. If you want to go see the Count, I could use a nap and to spend some time with Thomas.
Are you against a bit of deception?
Who?
For who?
Just an idea that hit me really quick. A letter that if we could get a letter to them. No, it's a bad idea because it would destroy your parents. I was going to say maybe you say that Tomas died and that's why you can't make it back. But no, that would destroy your parents.
I can
No,
simply
no,
say
no.
he was in no condition to walk, which is the truth.
Yes.
So are you saying that you're going to stay here then?
Well, I don't want to leave Thomas. Here's the safest place I could be, I suppose. And I really need to sleep for just a wee bit.
Okay. So Nanette's gonna stay on the pot of gold for now and talk with Thomas. What are the other three wanting to do? What plan have you decided on? Go talk to the Count?
I think we're going to attempt an early meeting with the Count. Does that seem like the plan?
Yeah, I will stay on the ship, but I will go up decks and I will talk to Kira. I have the Count and I and Robert and I do not have a friendly friendly rapport. So and it is not my prize. I was just there as a bodyguard.
It's probably
So-
for the best, honestly.
And if my ward is not with me, then it doesn't make any sense that I'm there. I would hate for people to think that I just walk into places and pull my gun.
Okay. So Andreas is gonna go. Ace is gonna talk to Kira. Nanette is gonna talk with Tomas. What is Gianni gonna do?
I'm
Is
going
he
with
gonna go with
Andreas.
Andreas?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Cool. Alrighty then. Okay. So, is there anything anybody wants to do or say or finish up before we go ahead and start pushing forward with this?
Stay safe, everyone.
Nanette,
Good call.
I know things have been very rough, but I want to assure you. Please be here when we get back.
I'm not going to leave.
Understand?
Of
I
my own
am
volition, I will not be leaving.
because whatever happens, you're stuck with me. I will be going to your family whether or not all of a sudden they are released or not. It's in the cards. Sorry.
If he shows up while you're in here and no one else is here,
We will wait for you to get back.
okay. And if I will step out of whatever room we're in, and I will find someone that I trust on the pot of gold, and I will tell them to not leave that room and station him outside.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's various crew members around, or you could search out Olaf or Cameron
Yeah.
or the captain.
Yeah, I'll probably, yeah, just somebody that I'm familiar with, even if it's kind of just, just make sure nobody leaves the room and nobody disturbs them. They like to get some sleep.
Sure. We'll say you get a hold of Angus, who was the one who kind of helped you with
The
your.
surgeon!
Yeah. He's like,
Hey.
sure.
Thanks, Angus.
And he'll the captain said to help you if we could.
I'm really sorry about that, but I appreciate it.
Shrugs, and he'll take a post like next to the door.
I won't be gone long, and then I'll just take over. Be fine. If you
What's
hear
that?
screaming
Sorry.
or something,
Oh.
holler for me. Is there ring a bell? Something. I know that
Sure.
sounds funny.
Yeah.
I know that sounds weird, but just yeah.
I have a good set of lungs. Think I can raise an alarm.
Sounds good. Thank
Alright.
you.
Yeah. We'll kind of just lean up against the side of the door. And, cool. So, let's go ahead and let's see. Let's start. Let's start with Nanette. I assume you're going across the way to the room
Yeah.
where Thomas and Charles are.
Yep,
Okay.
Just checking on both of them, making sure Charles is doing okay.
Charles is fast asleep with his journal like open on his chest like this, with like his quill, and he is passed out. And you can see like bruises like on his face and everything like that. He got a pretty wrecked. And Thomas is like I described when Andreas left, just kind of facing the wall.
Yeah. She's just gonna sit down next to him and start stroking his hair. Let him know that everything's going to be all right. We have a plan. We're still working out the details, but we'll get Mama and Papa and whoever needs to out. And how are you? I'm sorry you had to see them, but they will not hurt anyone anymore.
You can see him like take a deep breath because he's like facing the wall, and I assume you're kind of like sitting next to him.
Yeah.
And he's a big breath, and he says, "I told them I could do it. I knew I couldn't bring you back, but I told them they could. I just wanted to make it stop."
You are so strong. You made it all the way here in the state you were in. You are an excellent Porte mage. But do not worry. We are asking if there are other Porte mages around. Perhaps Monsieur Dubois will help again, although we'll see. But we will find a way to get there. I want you to stay here, where you are safe. You're among friends. I can't let you go back there.
I don't want you to go there, Nini.
If I don't, our parents are in danger. You know that.
I know.
I can take it. Whatever it is. And if you
Nini,
can tell me...
you can't even open a portal.
Well... Yes, but I can do other things. I've learned how to use a sword. I can shoot. Okay. I'm not a Porte mage. You know, if I try to do anything with Porte, something terrible will happen. Something terrible always happens. So I'm not going to walk. Somebody else will walk us, or we'll take a boat. Do we have to? Do we have to be there exactly in the time period they gave you? Could you open a portal and send a letter? If we come by
boat? He rolls over, so he's facing you now. And he sits up and he says, I remember you carrying me.
I'm sorry, that was a reminder of what happened. It sounded very painful.
You didn't promise them anything, Nini, did you?
I've paid my debt in full, as I always do.
What did you do?
Else. Wait. I just can't taste things, and I'll find a way to get it back.
What?
Don't worry. It was your life was far more important than that.
Nini, those things in there, they're not like everything else. The deals that they make are not fair deals.
Are you all right? They did heal you.
Yes, I feel fine right now. I mean, I can't tell. I mean, sometimes it takes a while for these things to. I mean, I've heard stories, Nini. I mean, that's the first thing they tell you when you start to be a Porte mage.
I know I wasn't thinking you were dying. It I won't make the same mistake again. I won't. I promise.
Kind of leans back against the wall. I think I could send a letter of some kind. But Nina, I mean, I know I can't stop you. You're my big sister, and you're an adult. But
So are you,
at
technically.
least, what I mean is, I can't force you to do anything. I mean, I know that. As much as I don't want to admit I couldn't do what I promised I could do, I can't, and I don't know what they're going to do when they realize that, I can't.
Well, they should have expected you to not be able to walk in the condition that you were in, especially with another person. If maybe at least we can send them a letter or something that we can we can, we can travel by boat. I will get there in a week's time, maybe two.
I was very persuasive,
Oh,
if I do say so myself.
oh, that silver tongue of yours is going to get you in trouble. More than you already have been in, I imagine.
So what are you going to do once you get there?
Well, that remains to be seen. Can you tell me where you were and who was responsible for this?
Well, shortly after you left, I mean, everyone thought you took the cross. And the church was really upset about it. I mean, with the war with Montaigne and the church holding on by, a small grip, they were saying, this isn't, helping relations and all this stuff, but it just seems so blown out of proportion. And then they showed up at the house and they started asking us all sorts of questions. And they were convinced that I knew where you were, or that I had already found you, or anything. I mean, mom and dad aren't Porte mages, but I mean, everybody knows that I am, and so they thought I maybe knew where you were, could get to you, and I told them I hadn't, but
Can you give me a name? Is it the same bishop that was to marry me?
it wasn't a bishop. It was this woman, and she had a prophet's cross on, and she said she was from the church, and she said her last name was Jimenez or something like that. She was Castilian. I remember that. I didn't really see anybody else. They made me focus on her.
Hey, it's all right, thank you. That's. And you were supposed to bring me back to Montaigne, to Charus, yes? So she's still there.
As far as I know, they. All I could gather was they think you knew something. They thought I knew something, but they think you know something about what was going on. They were asking about some kind of ship or something.
Was it the
But I
whisper?
said I didn't know, and I guess no, it was something else. I mean, it was a Castilian ship. I mean, it was kind of all blurs together.
This is
See, see, Carnival, that was it. That's the one that they were asking about. That's right.
The all right, the one that sank.
I don't know what they were talking about. I mean, isn't that some sort of? I don't know. I know I've heard the name before, but I don't know it. But they thought you had something to do with it, or something. I don't know.
That was the ship I found myself on after I decided I needed to leave. But
Oh,
it is.
the Carnival.
Oh
The
wait.
Carnival is the ship that sank. It's the treasure ship.
Oh, that's right. Well, the Utrecht was the ship that sank. Okay.
Yeah.
They were asking about that?
They seem to want to know what you know. As far as I gathered.
No more than what the history books say about it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna leave you there, kind of thinking on that, and we'll go to Ace. Ace, what are you gonna do on the ship?
Like I said, I was going to go up above decks and see if I could have a meeting with Captain O'Connell.
Absolutely, she is on deck, in a place where she can kind of see what everybody's doing, and all of that. She sees you coming and nods at you.
Well, hi. How you been in the last, I don't know, 45?
As well as how's it going down there?
Oh, I'm sure you can guess. I think things have changed yet again. We have to try to find a way back to Montaigne real quick. So my thinking is, if you're amenable to it, should something else not change, can you keep an eye on the Whisper in our absence, if we need you to? If we need to pay you for your time, we can work that out. I can send for money if I need to, but
She goes to put a hand on your shoulder, and she says, "Ace, whatever's going on, I have a feeling deep in my innish gut that it has way more to do than with just you four."
yeah, I have a feeling about that too. Well, it would mean a lot if you could do that. Like I said, I don't know if that's what's going to happen. I don't know anything. You know, I was ready to just sign on and say to hell with all of it, but I don't know. So people are in danger. So unless you know of a way to get to Charus real fast, like 8 hours or less.
I'm afraid not.
Yeah, I don't run with any.
The pot of gold's
anybody.
fast, but not that fast.
Yeah. I do appreciate everything that you've done for us. You didn't have to. Any of it, and I know that it's probably a big thing and all that, but still, you didn't have to. And you're always good to wheel, and you've been real good to us. So if you could do that for us, it would ease my mind a little bit.
Well, I certainly think that Cameron will be interested in following what the Whisper is doing. He had friends on the Utrecht as well. And the rest of the crew, I'm sure, did. I mean, we have an obligation to make sure whatever he's doing doesn't... I don't know. Who knows what he's doing? Never been good.
No,
But we can
I
keep an
mean,
eye on him.
do you know of a way that we can keep in touch with you if we need to while we're apart?
She thinks for a second. And she says, follow me.
Right?
And she goes down to the cabin. Her cabin, where she had given you the knife. The knife.
And,
And,
her pants, and her jacket.
Yeah, and
all the
then
other clothes that I
clothes.
took. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you need these back, by the way? I can buy some new in town.
I got plenty.
Yeah.
And the other item that she had in there, if I remember correctly, that Gianni saw, was a map on the
Right.
wall, I think.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure. And she goes and she pulls it down off the wall. And she says, this map, it kind of... And it's a map of Thea. Kind of just like, looks kind of like a plain map just of Thea in general.
Sure.
And she says, this map is an artifact that I picked up some years ago, much like the knife. And if you take this, and she kind of like goes into like the drawers of her desk, and she holds this up, and she says, this is a compass. The best I can do is give this to you. If you hit it, then the map will tell me where we are, and we can go there. It may take us a while to get there, but it's at least something, and you'll know help is coming.
Sure. That's amazing. You gotta remember, I pretty much just served in the Coast Guard for a while. I never did any of this artifact stuff. This is, and Wheel never did either. We were just, I don't think he did anyway, or if he did, I didn't know about it, but, that's amazing. So I just use that, and it'll tell you where we are.
Mm-hmm. She says the little compass part of it, if you flip it over, you can see that there's a little sort of stone on the back of it. If you pull up the little hands on it, there's a little stone on the underside that's kind of a bluish stone. And she puts it back, and she holds it, and she puts her hand on the stone, and she pushes it down, and then the map glows like right where the ship is, like on the map, like right where the ship should be,
wow.
where Lavuka is. So it's kind of like a little light. It's kind of like a little.
It's like a little,
like,
a little beacon.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Like I said, I don't know how long it would take us to get there, but at least we know you need us.
Yeah, I mean we're not running with a lot of allies right now, or at least we're not sure about them. No, are you sure? You've already given me one artifact. I don't I don't want to take all your stuff. I feel like I owe you a lot already, and I feel like I owe a lot of people a lot already, and I don't... I mean, I'll keep it safe.
The knife is a gift. The compass you can bring back to me. How about that?
Sure. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. Does it come in like a nice little case or anything, or do I need to sort that out? I don't want to like damage it at all.
It has like a little leather pouch thing
Nice.
that she pulls out and puts it in and hands it to you.
Fantastic. Okay. Well, that's something.
Oh,
you-
I forgot. I forgot the other part of it. I haven't used this thing in years. When you press the button, it'll point to where the ship is as well.
Oh, fantastic. See, that's real handy. Okay. 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 No, this is great. This is great. I did have one other thing to talk to you about. Do you have a map of well, I'll just look at the map that she's got on the wall and I'll say, are you familiar with an area called and this could also be an above the table out of question. Maybe Ace already knows this. It was Dragon's Teeth, right? That Villanova said.
I think it was the Devil's Teeth.
The Devil's
Yeah.
Teeth. Do I know where that is, Ace?
Well,
Her-
it wouldn't be like, the Devil's Teeth, the Davis Teeth. How about let's go with that? The Davis Teeth.
See, I knew demon. Yep. And so, have you heard of an area called the Davis Teeth? I assume it's out in Sarmatia somewhere, but
Huh. She says, let's go to the map room. And she kind of walks out of her thing in the map room where Charles had fallen asleep like episodes ago. So it's this room that has a bunch of maps in it. And she pulls out one. And it is in Sarmatia, like around the coast of the Sarmatian Commonwealth. She kind of points to it. And it's like not right on the coast, but it's off the coast, and you probably have to sail for like a day or two to get out there. But she says no one sails there. They call it the Davis Teeth for a reason. It's way too rocky. The weather is always bad there.
well, I have it on pretty good authority that that's the way that the whisper's going.
Silent Death is going to try to run the Davis Teeth.
Yeah. I can explain how that's a thing. I could explain it now if you really wanted to, but it's not important. But he has Giovanni Villanova on board, and Giovanni Villanova said it himself.
Well, you certainly don't attract nobodies, do you?
I mean, it's the accent.
Indeed. Okay. So we'll leave you there for a second, talking with O'Connell in the map room. All right, Gianni and Andreas heading to the counts.
Yay!
Hey, all right. So, how you? I mean, you walk up there. It's kind of getting to. I mean, it's not evening yet. I mean, but it's getting late afternoon at this point.
Yeah, it's a bit of a walk.
Yeah.
I will, as you say, unless you have anything there, unless you want to discuss anything along the way, Gianni. Wow, yeah. Let me not mess that up too many times.
That's his uncle.
Do you want to handle this, or do you want me to handle this?
I figured this would be relatively straightforward. I mean, since we basically want to just lay it out on the line for him. I mean, we shouldn't have any issues with gaining audience. It's not as though we're complete strangers. Well, I'm not. And it's not as though we're trying to sneak in through a window after jumping over the wall and climbing. I mean,
Yes, but I am known for being charming, you know.
you are very charming. I cannot deny
And
that.
I could be very valuable in this situation. But if you wish to handle it, I will let you handle it.
Oh no, I was gonna say, and if you feel the need to, if you find a moment where you believe that your charm well outclasses anything I can do, please feel free.
Well, sir, after you then.
And go up and knock on the door.
All right. So, yeah, one of the count's people, dressed in blue and Montaigne blue and gold and all of that, opens up the. Well, you have kind of people outside the door, so you can talk to them if you want and let them know. And one of them heads inside, and then a few minutes later, Robert comes out, and he looks at you and looks at Gianni, who he's never seen before, and Mr. Karras, how can I help you?
We are here for our planned meeting. I realize it's a little early, but unfortunately things have changed. I would prefer, while we are willing to be completely honest and straightforward, we'd prefer not to say it in a public venue such as outside your front door. And we will walk in. Also, this is Gianni. He is a compatriot of mine. He was at the fights. Don't worry. He didn't win any bets as far as you didn't win any bets, right?
I did not, no.
See? He didn't win any bets.
I see. Well, follow me, please. And he kind of walks, and you've seen these halls before, and he walks you up the stairs where all the kind of rooms that house all the count's stuff are. And he goes to a room that says coat room. And he opens up the door, and the count is inside. And he's by himself. And in this room, it's much like the hat room you were in earlier, Gianni. There are coats on display. He has like these really nice, kind of models set up so he can like hang the coats on them and stuff. And, there's all sorts. I mean, you see Vodacci coats, you see Montaigne coats, you see Castilian coats, you see some Sarmatian Commonwealth coats, you see all sorts of coats, like kind of lining the room and in the room, and they all have their own little plaques with them to explain, what they are and everything. And the count is wearing one of these coats. It looks to be like an Avalonian coat of some kind, from what you can tell, Andreas, from your like textile, what you kind of know from your family's business. Looks Avalonian. It doesn't fit him that great. It's kind of too big for him. He's not like a small, but this thing is, I mean, the person who had this coat must have been like huge. So the count's kind of wearing it, and he turns around and he says, my champion.
Oh, yes.
And to what do I owe the early pleasure?
Unfortunately, we had something come up. But first, that is that's not a reproduction of a traditional hussar's uniform, is it? Or is that?
Oh,
That's
this
amazing.
isn't a reproduction.
I didn't think it was. Well done. That is absolutely gorgeous. So, we decided just to be very straightforward with this, so I'm just going to come out and say it. Ms. Primavere's brother, who was there with us this morning, well, he informed us that her family has been held by the church, and specifically the Inquisition of the church. Yes, Montaigne nobles are currently being held by the Inquisition. And because we do not... We refuse to let them be killed or further injured, hopefully, by them, we are going to detour from our original plan of just going after the treasure to first go and rescue her family. I hope it's a rescue. And then, I'm not sure after that, but I don't see any reason why we couldn't then begin to uphold our part of the bargain, where we would go after the treasure.
While you were talking, the Count has taken off the coat he was wearing, and he puts it back on the thing, and he looks, I mean, normally he looks very, very jovial. Like, you know, he's a very, you know, kind of happy, jovial type of person. But now, he looks angry. Really?
Can I attempt an empathy roll to see if he's angered at me or the situation, or if it seems to be focused in a general direction? Like,
it ain't that hard to suss out. As soon as you mentioned the Inquisition, his attitude started to change.
oh, yeah, Dres is still very nervous because, like, this could all go very badly. So, yes, our intention is to, our intention is to rescue the Primaveres from the hands of those holding them. Hopefully not making things worse, though I don't know how you get much worse than the Inquisition.
Don't ask.
I don't know, maybe...
Why'd you have to go and say it?
I don't know, maybe some of those things I've heard legend of in Eisen are currently hunting you down. That maybe that's worse. That has to be worse. Hopefully, I don't know. But how could we use the ship that I won to get there? Or or another option is, do you have in your employ a Porte mage that could get us there?
So, while you're kind of like, you're saying this and the Count is paying attention, and Robert has kind of moved to be like next to the Count, and you see him kind of like lean down and say something to the Count, but the Count doesn't really seem to be like really interested in what Robert's having to say. He's really paying attention to what you're saying. And then he steps forward, and and Robert, like, for the briefest second, you see like Robert like almost roll his eyes, like when the Count steps away, like, and then he like catches himself. But the Count steps forward, and he goes to put his arms around both you and Gianni. Like he's gonna walk you out of the room, like, congenially. You can, I'm saying that he's going to, so you can, like, step to the side if you don't want him to, like, do that. But it's pretty obvious that's what he's intending to do.
I'll look
kind
at
of like
the Count is doing that, or
the Count.
Oh, I'll look at Gianni, because at this point, you got anything?
So he kind of does this thing where he's kind of steps forward and kind of like does this thing where he kind of like gently trying to turn y'all to walk out of the room, and puts his arms around y'all's shoulders, and he says, "Come walk with me," and walks out of the room with, and if y'all are with like one arm around each, he says, "As you can see, I have many, many beautiful things here. I have many treasures," and he kind of looks at the doors as you're walking down the hallway. He says, "However, the Inquisition took many of my treasures from me. I had a ship. It was a beautiful ship. And it was carrying many, many treasures that I had acquired from people who procure these things from me. They know what I like. The Inquisition boarded the ship and took everything on board. I don't take kindly to people stealing what I have rightfully stolen. So I have no love for the Inquisition. So by all means, if you need my help to take down the Inquisition, I am more than happy to help you. Now, either option that you propose, Mr. Karras, is possible. I do have a porte mage under my employ. Not quite as good as Dubois when he worked for me, but he does do very good work. Also, acquiring these things, you also acquire stories. Each of these things has a history with them. And those histories are sometimes things that people don't want to be public. I could, by using some of this knowledge that I have, forestall the Inquisition just a little bit. Enough time for you to sail.
Pardon me, sir, and I do not wish to interrupt my friend, but all the way to Cherus, yes? That is where we would be
To
going.
Porte de Cherus?
Yes.
Yes. I acquire many things from Montaigne.
Sir, we will be agreeable to whatever help you wish to provide. We are just, we wish to save the family of the Primaveres.
Yeah, and did I miss anything, Johnny, in my forgetfulness? And
No, I mean, we wish to go quickly, and the main reason being is that they have probably close to 7 hours before supposedly the Inquisition is killing them.
Ah. So, you are on a time, so to speak.
yes, that was the yeah, that was the big thing, is we have very little time.
Well, I could offer you the services of the Porte Mage that I employ upon occasion when I choose to acquire things from Montaigne. Or, as I said, I have certain information that people wouldn't want to be made public, and I could give you some time if you so wished.
One other question that just occurred to me, mostly because I asked someone else this, but I didn't think to ask you this until this very moment. You smuggle things out of Montaigne, correct?
Smuggle, liberate, whichever.
Or he just simply has good taste in wine.
He really does. Wait, I actually don't think I've had any of his wine. Yeah, that's true. So do you have resources in Montaigne that we could potentially that could assist us with escape?
Not many. I try to use as little as possible. The more people you have in on something, the easier it is to get caught. So I do have a few people that I can contact in Montaigne, but mainly I could get you there. And perhaps I'd have to see about coming back, but I could at least get you there.
Could I come back shortly, or we, or someone come back shortly after? Unless you think,
Mm-hmm.
but Johnny, what?
Well, no, I do wish to impress upon you that the time frame. I mean, quite frankly, I will say this. I believe that the sooner we get there, the better. But at the same time, I understand that if we take time, we have time to plan. But this is all stuff that we can take care of. If your birthday mage, he works for you. Speaks. He can speak to these plans, perhaps. Come with us and to where we will need to meet all our friends. We can go.
Yeah, that would be if he is not called away, but I think it could be made to be worth his while to stay in Montaigne to be able to bring you back.
I didn't so much mean that. I meant that he could come with us, and if everybody thinks it would be better to plan and take our time and take a ship, that he could arrange for that. He could walk back to you, sir, and tell you, yes, they are going to go by boat.
Yes.
That is what I meant.
Mhm.
Because for me, time is of the essence, and I believe it is for everybody.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Now I understand. Because that's what I didn't want to well, for lack of a term, blackmail the Inquisition without asking some of our other people. It feels a little presumptuous to blackmail the Inquisition without asking.
The Count says, and he will still like have his arms around you all while you're walking down the hallway. He says, "Now, we already have this deal, and I do intend to give you your ship and Miss Prever's winnings, as we discussed, and getting my map and a share of the treasure. However, for this, while I am very happy to see the Inquisition be inconvenienced in response to them taking some of my things, if you do so happen to see something that might be of interest, I wouldn't say no to bringing it back with you."
Absolutely.
Try to stop him. Just try to stop him. Trust me, it takes effort.
Well then, will your Miss Prever be joining you, I assume?
I don't think that we could stop her.
And exactly how many will my Porte Mage be?
4 there, 6 back.
I think we can get back. We have enough contacts there once we get there that we should be able to get away fairly easy. I do not wish to, but I do know people insurers myself.
Okay, so we do have okay, cool. Good.
Hmm.
Uh, Odd question, sir. Very odd question. Uh, we do have a friend. We have someone. I will let no. I will let her make that decision. We have someone who may be staying here in La Buca, but we can discuss that if that comes to this point. We may be asking if to call upon perhaps your hospitality, but I promise you, sir, that is a bill that I will take care of.
He kind of nods. And who might this person be?
Sir, I do not wish we gave away too much. After all, the mysteries are always make things more entertaining, do they not? How often do you have mysteries come before you here today, sir?
He smiles and laughs and like claps you on the shoulder. He says, I like you, Gianni.
I find most people do. I'm very agreeable.
Just by looking at you, perhaps you and I are more alike than I suspect.
I believe that is very true.
Perhaps, once you have procured my map, we could discuss some sort of other deal.
I think
I
I
am
know
very
where your mind
generous
is.
to those who I'm very generous to those who work for me.
Sir, you will be very surprised at the amount of skills I can provide.
Interesting. Oh, and Mr. Karras,
Yes.
Gianni, if it does come up, do let them know that I helped you. I want them to know that I haven't forgotten.
It might be our battle cry.
Well then, I should let you go gather your friends. And he kind of takes his arm off of you, and you guys are kind of like, now you kind of made your way down, and you're kind of like in the main like entrance area now. And Robert is behind y'all. He's been following, listening to everything going on.
So is your
Permanent scowl.
is the mage going to meet us?
Yeah.
Is the mage going to meet us at the boat, or do we need to come back here?
Come back to my house.
Is there any way he could possibly come with us? Like I said, time is of the essence, and
We have to-
quite frankly, I not everybody is as quick-tongued as I am. It could be a very long conversation when he gets there.
As I say, if the guest stays, we have to come back anyway. You saw what happened when someone else wandered around here by
Well, then-
themselves.
Let's make this quick. Let's go.
Yes. Move quickly.
Count. It has been an honor for Giovanni Messina to have been in your presence today, and thank you so much.
You know, your face looks so familiar.
You may have seen me.
Features.
I have performed in Charus and several areas throughout all of Thea. Or is it Thea? Yeah. Thea.
Thea.
Yes.
You're from Vodacci, yes?
Yes.
I'm sure it'll come to me at some point. Anyway, so will you be coming back here?
Yes. We will be back. We will be back as shortly as we can. Thank you again so much, Count.
And he turns and starts to walk away. Like he under the coat, he was wearing kind of like a red dressing gown kind of thing, and he kind of turns and it swishes and he walks off. And Robert kind of gives you both a look and turns and goes to follow him. And he kind of quickly catches up with the Count, and you can see him start talking. You know, as they're walking. It's kind of a very strident tone from what you can gather, like when you like hear him finally catch up to the Count. But then they kind of turn a corner and they disappear.
All right, my friend. We have haste. Must be on our side now. I hope you are good at running to the beach.
Who, me?
Yes, you.
Yes.
Let's go.
Shall we? We'll take up running through the streets of Labuka.
Not the first time someone's done that.
Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here.
We're late. We are very late.
All right. So we'll leave you all running back to the ship. Nanette, you are with Thomas. And yeah, I mean he had just said, you know, and I wish you wouldn't go. I don't know I don't know what's going to happen.
And I don't know either. But I'm hoping, if anything, we'll at least get some insight. And failing that, a touch of revenge.
Am I terrible for not wanting to go back?
No, dearest, you've been through so much. You can stay here on the pot of gold or with the Comte. I'm sure he would not mind having another of the peerage of Montaigne around. You shouldn't go back. It'll be a lot easier for me to get just my mom, papa, and anyone else back home.
He hugs you.
It's all right. You've been through so much. Do you need to rest some more?
He kind of snuggles down into the bed.
Get some sleep. I need to go see a Porte mage about a walk.
Alright. Okay. Alright, so you're where are you off to?
Well, I'm not going far. The Whisper is on the docks, and I'm not gonna go all the way to the Whisper, but just close enough and look not dangerous enough that they will like, oh hey, there's we're gonna you caused this ship trouble. More like, hey, Dubois can just walk down here instead of like actual walking. Porte walking. I need him at full strength if we need to use him.
Okay.
Can't have him wearing himself out.
Yeah.
I
let him wear himself out for the main event.
I did ask Angus to not let anybody leave.
It's true. All right.
She's supposed to be
So,
sleeping,
yeah.
Angus.
Yeah.
I don't want him to force into
asking
here.
what her intention was, but yeah, I mean, if you go to leave, then Angus is going to say something to you.
I'm not going far, monsieur. I will be at the edge of the docks. I said I would not be leaving alone. I intend to keep my promise.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I don't want to invite any danger on this ship than we already have. Best to conduct any negotiations on neutral ground, so to say.
Well, will you promise to stay here for a minute before you
Very well.
leave?
Of course.
He's gonna go, and he comes finds you, Ace, and probably on like in the map room with the captain, and he says, "Hey, your redheaded friend here. She's wanting to leave."
Technically a brunette.
She's a brunette. I'm the redhead.
Brunette. I'm sorry, Alice redhead, brunette.
Yeah,
your brunette curly-headed friend.
We did a switcheroo.
Your curly-haired brunette friend wants to leave.
Did she? What? Did she say where she wanted to go?
Something about the docks. I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, she's down there. You can go talk to her.
You think she waited there? She's probably already gone.
Well,
Captain O'Connell, would you mind excusing me for a moment?
she nods. She's like, "Of course."
And I will
And
go see if she's still on the boat.
so Nanette, did you wait?
Yes. Maybe not quite at the door, further up ahead, because, time is pressing.
Yeah. Okay.
What? I thought you were getting a nap.
Well, then Tomas was talking, and well, I don't want to bring Dubois here. It's much too dangerous. I'm going to wait out there like within eyesight of the Whisper, and he can just use his legs for once.
Does he ever? I mean, usually. I mean,
Hopefully.
for this, well, I wish you'd just wait a minute until we know if the other two have managed any kind of headway before we just go. I mean, I won't stop you. You're a grown woman. I just.
Well, if he shows up here and thinks it's a trap, or maybe he won't show up at all, it's good to.
Well, okay, if he doesn't show up, it's not a big deal.
I cannot stress how dangerous walking is.
I get it. I'm not getting it. Okay, can I at least accompany you? I will stay back, and out of sight. Is that okay? I just don't. I don't trust him, Nanette. I know.
I don't trust him either. Believe me on this.
Can I at least go to the dock? And I will stay back. I will let you do whatever you need to do. I'm not. I would.
All right.
I will stay here if you'd rather I stay here.
No. I don't think it'll be a problem if you come with me. Just don't be.
I'm not. I know. No. You said
Just don't use the ace brand of diplomacy.
I won't.
All right. If it makes you feel better, it's just in case there's anyone else from the Inquisition or somebody else trying to cash in on the bounty, it will probably be good to have someone else around. So.
Do you still have your gun on you?
Yes, I do.
You gave it to Thomas.
Oh.
Did you get it back?
He should keep it. I've got my sword.
Okay.
But I don't want to seem like I'm going to start any trouble, so I should keep it.
I understand. I'm not. I won't say a thing.
I would rather you say your piece. Just.
No. It's okay.
Diplomacy first.
My piece is literally I just don't want you to go alone, and I don't trust him. So now that that's out of the way, I will stay back 50 feet like good help. I promise.
Ace, you aren't the help. You are so much more than that.
I appreciate.
Dare I say a friend? I don't know if you see me as such, but.
Yeah. Friend works.
All right. Well, we should go. Besides, if we see the others before we see Monsieur Dubois, all the better.
All the better. Just let me tell Angus to make sure Charles and your brother don't go anywhere.
Oh, I think they're both down for the count.
All right, that's fine. I probably am being paranoid.
Okay, so Ace, are you gonna tell Angus to kind of
No.
keep an eye on? Okay, no, okay,
Nope.
all right, okay. So y'all leave the ship and go head toward the dock, kind of towards where the Whisper is, and it is, kind of when you get within, distant line sight, Ace, you can see that they're repairing, and then they're coming along, pretty good. So, there's that. They've got people up in the rigging fixing the ship. They got, you can see like lines over the other side and all that. They're trying to fix everything. So what's your strategy here now that you're kind of within sight of the Whisper?
Just gonna sit here on some crates and watch.
Do you want me to hide?
It is entirely up to you. If they see you, they see you. But as you said,
It's not about them seeing me. It's about Mr. Dubois.
they'll see me, and I'm sure they'll get the message. This is the brightest coat I could find.
It's lovely. It really is. I'll sit nearby, but I'll try not to be conspicuous.
Apple?
Sounds great.
All right.
Did you see
Okay.
the cool knife I got?
Pretty cool knife.
All right. Meanwhile, Gianni and Andreas, running back to the ship. You get back to the pot of gold.
Do they not pass us?
And what do you? Well, it's the docks, and you're kind of like, I mean, they'd have to be. I mean, they're running to the pot of gold, and you guys had like gone all the way down the dock toward the Whisper. So, I mean,
That's all right. I don't know the map of Labuka. I don't know.
Yeah,
we were on the way.
It's kind of like the pot of gold here, but the Whisper kind of like is in like the most kind of far away, secluded, like dock part.
All right.
Are you okay, friend?
Yeah, I'm good. I usually don't do long distance running. Oof.
You're going to need to work on that for what's coming up.
Measured footsteps. Lots of other. Yeah, good.
Let's get you to the boat first, my friend. You should conserve your strength. Should there be a sword fight in 8 hours, sir?
Yeah. Okay. Just grabs the rain bucket and just shoves his head in and drinks deeply. Okay, I'm good. Does the whole whip his head back, creates the foam, the stream of water in the arc. Okay, I'm good.
Good to know.
So you're on the pot of gold. What are y'all gonna do now?
I run around looking for Ace and Annette.
Someone tells you they left.
Did you?
They left the ship.
Perhaps you know where they went.
I saw him walking that way and points down the docks.
Head going into the mast right now, like impacting it over and over.
Well, don't you feel so much better now that we ran?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Let's go see how they are. Or do you want to stay here?
Okay.
No. We can go there. We can walk.
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah. So you start walking. Are you just like looking around as you're walking and hoping to see them?
Basically,
okay.
We'll do the dumb.
Right. Well, you get to a certain point, and you see Nanette. I mean, she's not making a show of hiding herself. She's sitting on some crates in a bright jacket.
I think
She's,
that is
the
Annette.
Whisper isn't too far away. Down the dock. I mean, far enough away, but, it's there. You can see it.
I thought we were leaving them alone.
Ace, you see Gianni and
Yeah. Do you
Andreas
say that where we can hear you, Andreas?
I say it on our way over. I don't know if we paused as soon as we saw where Nanette was.
Okay, well, if I didn't hear that, then I won't answer it. But if I see you, I'll be like, oh, fine.
yeah, then I see Ace is there.
Okay. I mean, they're just munching on apples. Okay.
Is there a something going on?
No.
Because we have good news.
Very good.
Finally, we could use some good news.
So the Count has a the Count he has
Resources.
resources. He has a boat, and obviously, what am I even thinking?
Yes.
No, he has a porte mage who could get us there to Shurus.
I was trying to not use that word.
He brings stuff for him from Shurus all the time. So we have the ability to do that. At the same time, he has the resources, and he hates the Inquisition, and he has the resources to gum up their works and allow us, if we so choose, to go by boat, and he will delay them.
He has some blackmail.
So we have a way to get there. Two different ways.
Oh, but that is excellent news.
Okay. Okay, well, I mean, see, Nanette, we don't even need to deal with Monsieur Olivier.
Oh, don't call him by his first name. That just feels weird.
I mean, is it disrespectful in your country to call people by their first names when you're not friends?
Only if you're friends.
Only if they are friends? It's
Well, you call them
disrespectful.
by the first name if you're friends. Or
Yeah, but if
lovers.
you're not, I mean, am I
But
being
then
disrespectful?
And you're just being very personal with them.
yeah, it's weirdly personal.
Okay,
don't
fine.
like it.
Fine. Oh well, I don't like saying his name.
Am I the only one? Am I the only one who is not worried if his feelings are hurt?
Oh, I don't care if his feelings are hurt. I just wanted his feelings to. Well, I guess I do care. I just wanted them to hurt, but I don't think he has any feelings anymore. All right, as it is. So we have a way there, fast.
Yes.
I
I think I like the fast approach.
I do too. I don't think the other is just too much, and it adds a whole other layer to all of this, and it just be. I think we just need to get in, and then once we're there, you got your money right.
It's with the Comte.
Not yet.
Not
It was to be delivered with the ship.
but
yeah,
we could get it
tonight,
tonight.
yes.
We could get it today.
Yes.
And we can just buy a boat and come back.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing that, yes. Although it will be kind of difficult to buy a boat if you want it, but hopefully one of you would be able to procure it.
I mean, yeah. I mean, Andreas has family everywhere, and
Oh yeah.
I'm
And
sure- what?
kind of glances at the.
What? What
I
is
may
it?
not be on the best of terms on my cousin there. With my cousins
Okay,
there.
well then scrap that. I'm not on bad terms with anybody there.
I'm
just
not
saying-
coming
Davis
to dinner.
The Davis
blood.
chuckles. He's been watching all this very interestedly and laughs.
I'm just saying we can figure something out to get back. If my understanding is that this walking business is very dangerous.
It's very
and
dangerous.
Takes a lot out of people, so he can do 4 of us. Yeah,
Yes, 4.
Yes.
but I say we do it.
He did give us a cost. We owe him something.
Did he
Just to
define
give
it?
you- Loosely, very loosely, and
What does that mean?
Gianni just has to be Gianni.
Oh yes, that's right. I will take care of the costs, but that was over something else. That was because of your brother. If your brother wishes to stay with the count, I said I would.
No, that was
settle
something. That was part of the original deal. The brother has not been. No. If we can get something, he wants something.
Don't worry about it. I think
that part, yeah.
I am of the mood to take everything from the Inquisition, so if it's a piece here or there, we can start
So-
there.
So, do you want to leave your brother with the count, or leave him on the pot of gold?
Suppose it could be up to him. What about
I'm just
Charles?
saying. Well, I think Charles would do best. I think, honestly, and you all can, as you are very good at doing, tell me I'm full of shit. But, the pot of gold are at least our friends, and I have a way to kind of communicate with them. If we keep our people with our people, I haven't had a chance to talk about it yet. Okay, I'm not going to talk about it out here.
Oh, we're talking about it out here. Oh, so where should we meet the person?
Back at his place.
His place. He wouldn't let him out of his place. Understandable.
It's just the right amount of time to get there and come up with find where your family is. Figure out the best way to get to them. Come up with some idea of a plan and call in allies if we have them. But I would recommend us going if that's our plan.
And the Count, I believe, did say he would enjoy guests. And he's never been untrustworthy. He's been very straightforward.
Never is a very.
He is Montaigne. You cannot trust him.
Yeah.
But
Ooh.
he is also one of the best resources we have. and we should treat him with the respect that implies.
I am fine with treating him respectfully. I just don't know if I trust him to take care of our people. I mean, that's basically, if you let my opinion, if you let Tomas stay there, he becomes collateral. And if you're comfortable with that, and with the Count having the ability to hold him...
No, I would prefer he stay on the pot of gold.
Which is all good, but always good to have a backup.
Right. How about, why don't we go to the pot of gold and let my brother and Charles know, and they will be relatively safer there. But first... Would you give me a moment? I'm gonna go declare war. Give me a second. This would be...
You're gonna what?
What?
No big deal. She's just gonna walk towards the Whisper,
No,
and if
no,
she can catch the attention of any of the crew there...
no, no,
No.
please no, please no. Can I?
All right, so okay, let's take it. So Nanette's walking away towards the Whisper.
Things were going so bad.
It's fine. It's fine. If they are not working with the Inquisition, they will be fine. If they are, I am going to sink their ship and bring him to the knee.
Can I spend a hero point to tap into Kaya right now? While she's walking away?
Yeah, okay. So let's take it. Okay, so Nanette, let's just get the frame. Okay, so you all were talking together on the dock. Nanette, you walked away. Did you say what you were saying, like I declare war or whatever, and start to walk away?
A mild declaration of war. Don't worry about it.
Can,
And then you turn and start to walk away, right? Okay.
Andreas really wants to just do the over the shoulder, like running
so
away.
Things were going so...
We haven't done one crazy thing.
Miss Privet,
right.
I wish to inform you that it is best that if you are going to make an enemy, that they know they are your enemy until you are prepared to take action.
I've made I made a truce with them.
It's true.
They know we're together.
Nanette, are you hearing them? Are you gonna turn around and respond to that, or?
I think we're all trying
Fine.
to keep pace, you know.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
definitely.
You guys are following. Yeah, okay, yeah. Trying to.
Fine, but if I find out that Monsieur Silent Death is working with the Inquisition, I will. I will
And
find
then
a
you
way.
hear a voice, kind of behind you, perhaps, well, or in front of you, maybe. And he says, "Oh, I don't think Silent Death likes working with the Inquisition. How fascinating to see you here, Miss Primver." And yeah, it's Dubois, like,
Of course it's
behind you. And with that, we will take a break for 10 minutes.
All right, 10 minutes it is. We will be back.
Be honest, when it came to that slip of like where Andreas was going with that was a Michael forgetting part of things.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Here we are for the second half. The second half. Our intrepid sailors, heroes, have managed to figure out, how they're going to get to Montaigne, because that's what they decided they were most needed. So they're going to go do that. They talked to the Count. They talked to Charles, and they talked to Thomas and Captain O'Connell. And so they have just prevented Nanette from doing something to the Whisper. I have no idea what her intention was.
I'm just gonna yell at it.
You're just gonna yell at it.
If she turns around, I do not tap into Kaya. But that's only an interrupt action.
All right. And but after they had convinced her, and while they were discussing this whole matter, a familiar voice turned up behind them and says, "Well, I don't think you have to worry about Silent Death wanting to work for the Inquisition, if that's what I heard correctly." And yeah, it's Dubois, and he's like leaning up against the wall, and he's got like a cigarette, and he's just been sitting there. He's like kind of leaning there.
Like, do we get the impression that he's been listening for a while?
No.
Okay.
That was like the last thing she said.
Okay.
Did he just like stroll up, or
he was behind y'all while you were like talking?
See, I told you, they're not in league. I know that we have conflicting information, but I don't think he is aware.
Well, I just wanted to be certain.
I think the Inquisition wants to know where it is, and they want to use him so he can get. Oh, I already said it. I don't care about him. What's he gonna do?
He laughs.
Monsieur Dubois, we apologize for calling on you. I don't believe we are in need of your assistance any further.
So it was you who left that note somehow under my door.
It was me. Thank you.
Interesting.
Ace will...
That surprises me.
Yeah, Ace will probably be visibly trying to interpose herself in between Nanette and Dubois. Not like a lot, but enough that... Not a lot, but she's definitely closer to him. Precaution.
So at this point, Nanette, an interesting thing happens. He's sitting there smoking, but you don't smell any smoke at all. And now that you think on it, you're not really smelling anything else at this point either.
Oh, God.
And Dubois is saying, "So, I did not expect to see any of you so soon.
It was a...
But if you, go on. I'm quite curious."
It was a brief lapse in judgment. We thought we might need your help. And I understand my friend here is already indebted to you. But things have changed, as they do, apparently, very quickly. And I apologize for disturbing you.
He says, "Well, at the very least, This prevents me having to send this over to the Count's estate. And he holds out, and it's like a little tiny box. And he opens it up, and in it is like 4 vials of the liquid that he had given you before in it. They gave you after the walk.
Thank you. It's to help with the after effects of the walk.
And it needs to go to the Count's?
Well, I assumed he would be able to get it to you. It's intended for Miss Prevere.
Oh, he got you a gift.
One of necessity, I'm afraid. But I appreciate the concern.
After the state you showed up in, I felt like you could use it.
If you had seen the state my brother showed up in, you would understand why I needed it. And why
Indeed.
I'm concerned about the Inquisition.
Well, and he like kind of puts his like cigarette out on the wall. He says, well, let me say this. Be very, very careful what happens in the place in between. I have a feeling you already know some of what they can do. And no matter how I feel about other Porte mages, I wouldn't wish anything that they could do on my worst enemy.
On there, we can agree.
Well then, if there's nothing else, I wish you a pleasant walk.
I have one question. So, you've overheard a bit of what we said, and I spoke a little out of turn a minute ago. When it comes to your current business partner, does he abide by that enemy of my enemy adage?
Silent Death does what is good for Silent Death. So if it behooves him to work with people he doesn't necessarily agree with, then he will do so. If that's what you're asking.
I mean, I did talk to him just yesterday. Yesterday. It feels like it's been like 5 weeks since I spoke to him last, but we have a tentative arrangement. And he did seem to have the same feeling that you said, that he has no love for the church, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
If we were dealing with the church, and I thought that perhaps the church was going after something that he was very taken with, would he have interest in dealing with that? Perhaps in a tenuous alliance.
I could arrange such a meeting if you wish to discuss it with him.
I'm asking your opinion.
I think you could convince him it was worth his while.
I appreciate it. I look at Nanette. Is that something that you would like to discuss?
Right now, I think we might have other priorities.
That's fine. I just
But-
wanted to ask.
We need to see what the Inquisition has in store for both of us, I suppose.
Besides, he's very interested in talking to your friend here. And he looks at Gianni.
I'm sorry, sir. Why would he wish to speak with me?
I don't know.
You know, my understanding is he really misuses you as a courier, Monsieur Dubois.
Well, I happen to be here, and I'm not uncompensated for my troubles. Trust me.
Well,
If there's nothing else.
clearly we know how to get a hold of you.
Clearly. And I use should I need so. And he kind of turns and starts to walk away.
Wait, actually, yeah. It's just a small thank you gift for saving my life last night, so it's not much, but yeah. And it's the handkerchief that she's been embroidering.
And what is embroidered on the handkerchief?
It's florals, and it's totally normal things like sweet pea and tansy. For those who don't follow Bounty, one of them is a thank you, and the other one is go fuck yourself. But tansy is highly toxic, but it looks very pretty. So unless you have herbal knowledge, it probably means nothing at all.
He looks at it, and you see him smirk, like smile, and then he offers his hand like this,
And she puts her hand
and
in.
he will bring it up to his lips, and he will bend over and kiss it, and he says, "I shall treasure it." And he folds it up nicely, and goes to walk away. Again.
Did he leave us with the vials? Because
Yeah. He handed them over.
They were for you.
Yeah. He handed them to you.
we're gonna need them.
Ace shudders a little bit.
Really? Solid choice on the handkerchief.
You know what he's going to use it
let's go.
for.
What?
All right.
Anyway, we
All
should
right.
probably
Yes, we
go
need to get.
tell
Let's go
Captain
back to the-
O'Connell.
Yep. I was in the middle of talking to her when someone decided to leave the boat when they were supposed to be sleeping. It's okay, but you're gonna have to sleep at some point. Have you eaten today? Besides what we had earlier.
And this apple.
Oh, the
So
apple should
really,
go.
I'm doing great. Let's just go.
Okay.
Okay. So where are you headed?
To the boat.
To
Captain
Pot of
O'Connell.
Gold? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Okay. So are you all going to try to see Captain O'Connell? Is it a
This
couple of
feels
you?
like-
Are others doing other things?
I'd like to go grab my bag, but I think Captain O'Connell, Ace can deal with that quite. Yeah, they have a very good working relationship.
We can all go talk to Captain O'Connell if we need to. It's fine. Especially some of you are better with words than I am.
Oh, just tell her how you feel.
Oh yeah,
Giving you the chance for the goodbye kiss.
God. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. So what's happening? Is everybody going or?
I mean, yeah, we're gonna go back to the boat, and then we'll tell Captain O'Connell, and we'll tell. I assume Nanette needs to tell Tomas, and Gianni or Andreas needs to tell Charles, and then we need to get a horse and carriage and fuck off to the Count's mats and see how it goes.
Okay. All right. Alrighty. Okay. Yeah.
Yo ho!
So, Captain O'Connell, when are you separating to do this, or are you kind of like going in order, or?
It sounds like we're separating to do it.
Okay. All right. So, Ace, you're gonna go to see Captain O'Connell, letting her know you're leaving.
Permission to come aboard yet again. It's been a hell of a day. So, plans have not changed. Surprisingly, we're actually doing what we said that we were going to do. So, I have your gift, and I have the item I'm keeping in safekeeping for you. And yeah, we've got somebody. I guess the Count has somebody that can get us to Charus. So, you still good with keeping track on the Whisper? They said they'll be ready to go by now, probably another like 3.5 hours or so.
Someday you'll have to tell me how you know these things.
I mean, yeah, maybe someday when I don't have, people trying to kill my friend's parents and, a dread pirate being a fucking asshole over here and sinking my ship. Maybe I can treat you to a drink and we can discuss some things. But yeah, right now it's just kind of shit. So, but we're gonna do it, and I'll find a way to make sure that we're okay. I think.
Mm-hmm. And she looks and she says, "Well, I wish you the best of luck then." And she kind of like holds out her hand to shake.
I take it and I shake it.
And then she's gonna like pull you in to give you a hug.
Oh, we're hugging. I didn't know we hugged. Okay. This is nice. It's okay that I call you Kira, right? Or is that rude?
Yes, you can call me Kira.
Okay. Once I've borrowed your pants, I feel like I should at least be able to call you by your first name.
And she says, "You be careful, okay?"
I'm gonna do my best. And hopefully nobody else gets me killed. And I'm gonna try to make sure they don't die either.
She nods. All right. Meanwhile, down in the room with Charles and Thomas. So I assume who's doing what? I mean, is everybody going in, or are we doing people going in kind of one at a time? Are y'all just going to talk to both of them together, or how are we doing this?
Speed is of the essence. I think one at a time might be a little less necessary.
Cool.
Tearful goodbyes on either side of the
The cabin.
The
cabin.
room.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, Charles tries to sit up, but, he's obviously used a lot of strength recently. So, he tries to sit up and he says, be careful. And remember everything. I'll write it down when you come back.
I will. I mean, well, as best I can. I forget things sometimes.
Just concentrate on getting better, Charles.
And Tomas gives Nanette a hug and
Don't
says,
break
I could
any
come
hearts
with
while
you,
you're here.
Nini.
No.
I could. I don't want to, but I could come with you.
Stay here, and if you're here, it'll make it easier for us to get back, and for me to communicate with everyone else on the ship.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And
Okay.
don't break any hearts while you're on the ship. Alright? Just...
I don't make any promises. It's not my fault.
See, he's recovering well.
I'll get the family and all the servants out. I'll find a way, and we'll make it back to you. I promise.
Another hug, and yeah, I assume everybody's gathering their stuff, and you're gonna head over to the Count's place. Sweet.
I'm gonna say goodbye to everyone on the ship first too, just really quick.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
Like,
And that's
it's
like
it's a solid good manners
you,
goodbye,
see
so
you.
it's like 3 hours.
It's a Midwestern goodbye.
Oh,
It's a
Nanette definitely
Midwestern
has
good. Oh yeah, it's a
I have
Midwestern
the hug.
goodbye.
Definitely
So,
gonna throw some
yeah.
hugs at the captain.
Nice.
You're not
nice.
on hugging. You're not on hugging with the captain.
Of course we are. She's taught me so much. I will miss you terribly. Thank you so much for all of your advice, Kiara.
You're on first name too?
You're welcome, Nanette. Okay, so you guys are gonna take like a
Kisses.
carriage or find somebody to take you over there?
I will meet you there.
Oh, okay.
I
you
just
going alone?
a very, very short shopping stop on the way. And just to explain, I am stopping for a small barrel of gunpowder and a small barrel of ale.
Make it a
Okay.
big barrel of gunpowder.
Are you gonna try to drag that through the place between? Little, okay.
Small, like Stein size, not a giant barrel.
Okay.
Like
Yeah, I was like,
Almost like a couple of powder, almost like a couple of like powder horns.
essentially,
Uh-huh.
yeah. The
Cool.
idea is you drink from one and make them think you have two that you're drinking from.
cool. Yeah, so you get back up, yeah, I mean, you eventually all make it back up, to the Count's place. And when each of you arrive, like, the three arrive, and then, Gianni arrives, you're all shown into, a room, like the same kind of very plain room that y'all were in before when he was talking to you at first. It's very plain, and the table is still there, and that's been like moved to the side of the room. And there's an older man there. He like got a gray beard, and he's wearing like very nice Montaigne clothes, and he looks maybe like 70. Like he's old. Yeah, he's old. And he he's kind of standing there waiting, and the Count and Robert are there, and the Count greets you all. Says, well, are we ready to send a message to the Inquisition?
Yes, I just may I have a moment to myself just outside to collect myself real quick?
Mm-hmm.
And Andreas will step out where there's no one else. And immediately look at his Davis and go, I have a real quick question because I just thought of this. Are you going to be okay in there?
I'll be fine.
I mean, we're about to do some weird things and I may need you. As much as
I'm
I
always
hate,
here for you.
and as much as I hate to admit it, I don't know if you going into that place is going to do something to you.
Oh no. Nothing in there could hurt me.
Your cousins?
We are similar, but not the same.
Good to know. All right, thank you. And Andreas will come back in. Sorry, I just needed a minute.
Yeah, the Davis says, well, before he says, the Davis says, it's been very fascinating watching all of this. I'm very interested to see how it goes. That's all he says. Just looking very contemplative. And then, yeah, okay. So, Is everybody ready? Oh, yeah.
Count.
Johnny?
I know that you wish us to do this also on your behalf, and so I have something small to ask of you. Let it
I
be,
see.
let it be that you come with us in a small way. Sir, I am aware that you have a magnificent
God, I know where
hat.
this is going. I know where this is going.
This hat has seen many things. Let this hat also see destruction fall upon the Inquisition. Please, sir. Send with me the hat. And I list it off, and I'm going to burn a hero point for
Inspired generosity.
Generosity.
Inspire Generosity.
Okay, yeah. Count says, magnifique. What an excellent idea, and what a story the hat will have when it comes back, we?
Exactly.
And he tells one of the guards or whoever's there to go and fetch the hat, and shortly they bring back the hat. The thief hat. Awesome.
Together we will voyage.
He's like a man reunited with his son.
McCann says, well, if we are all prepared, this is Antoine. He's quite experienced. And he should take you pretty close to the center of Charus.
Should.
Would it be
I
possible?
don't know.
Please go ahead. Please continue. I'm sorry.
Oh, the Count says, well, with these things, you never know. Forte magic is finicky at the best of times.
Is that right? That is, I mean,
Hopefully not. That's always the hope.
I mean, it's pretty dangerous.
okay, you know, I didn't ask this before, but is this gonna kill me? And us?
It
'Cause we don't
shouldn't.
exist?
But whatever you hear, whatever you feel, say nothing. Never open your eyes. Never.
Are you gonna be okay in there?
Probably not.
Will you hold my hand?
We will need to, yes. Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Just your will is the most powerful thing in there. Hold on to it. Monsieur le Comte, this may be a bit presumptuous. Would it be possible for us to take a fraction of those winnings? Just enough to secure passage. I don't want to deprive you of everything if we are unsuccessful, but
he looks over at he looks over at Robert, and
I mean, if we could just
and
get
Robert
what she
said,
put in.
yeah. Is that how much you want? Yeah, Robert's like, how much do you wish to have?
What I put in would be more than sufficient to acquire a small ship to get back.
And Robert leaves the room, and he will come back a little bit later, and he has like 3 bags with him that's filled with like coin and gilder and various other types of monetary stuff. I mean, however it would be, I'd imagine it's like coins and paper. So
As long as it's not too heavy.
and he will I mean, it's 100, but I mean, you can have big bills, or big coins, things worth a lot. So, probably like 3 bags, like three little bags worth of stuff. And he'll hand it over.
Merci, Robert. You have been invaluable.
Yeah, stone face. And he steps back. And the Count looks over at Antoine. And the older man, and like I said, he's just in Montaigne, but it's like very, what you call casual. It's not like fancy Montaigne. It's kind of, just kind of basic. And he goes and pulls his hand and starts cutting. And as he does, you can see like the hand kind of almost look like it's going through like a mirror or liquid metal. It kind of looks like reality is kind of distorted around the hand as he cuts down, and the room goes very, very cold, freezing cold. You feel the cold wind and everything, and you see this kind of slice opening, and it starts to like bleed, and you can hear voices coming from it. They're kind of indistinct voices. All right. So, so he kind of makes this kind of person-sized gap. It looks like black and red and kind of swirling, and you see the kind of cold around it, and like these kind of indistinct whispers kind of fill the room. And the old man turns and he says, as Miss Prévert said, do not open your eyes and do not listen to anything that they tell you. And hold on to each other, or you will lose the way. Understood?
I think so, yes.
Well then. He holds out his hand. Just seeing who goes in, and Nanette goes first.
I'll go first.
And then somebody needs to grab onto Nanette. We'll get an order here. Ace. And then
Go Andres.
Gianni?
Go Andres, I'll take up the rear.
Okay. So then Andreas.
I
Okay.
apologize in advance, monsieur. This might be quite difficult.
He kind of looks at you, and his eyes kind of squint a little as he looks at you, and then he kind of turns back to the portal, and he steps through, pulling the rest of you along with him. So, Nanette, we're in the place between, eyes closed, dark, freezing wind, much like you felt before, and the hands pressing on you so gently, like ice, and your leg, where that mark is extremely painful. Extremely painful.
She bites the inside of her cheek to keep from screaming.
Yeah, it's extremely painful. Like, you've gotten like maybe frostbite before. It kind of feels like that, just like stinging and painful. And the voices in the space in between say, "You've come back to us."
Not for long.
We have so much more to offer you.
I have enough.
And how is your brother?
He's doing great. Thank you.
You said don't talk to anything.
Can you guys hear it?
And and finally, they say, we could help you.
If I
We
need you
could burn
again.
the whole. We could burn the whole country to the ground.
If I need it, I know where to find you.
All right, Ace. So, yeah, you step into the space in between, holding on to Nanette on one hand and Andreas in the other. And you start feeling the cold permeating. I mean, you've been in places where it's really cold on the ships and stuff, and this is much, much worse than that. I mean, it's bitterly cold, and you feel something just pressing gently on your skin. They don't quite feel like hands, but sort of. Your legs, your arms, your back, everywhere. And it feels like, your kind of body is just kind of covered in a very thin, like, sheet of ice. And the voices start whispering to Ace. And they say, interesting. This one. What is it you desire? We have the power to give it to you. Women, a ship, safety. And it kind of goes on like that. And for Andreas, it's much the same as it describes. And the voices are saying, we could make you the greatest swordsman who ever lived.
It's not the first time I've heard that. That's not the first time I've heard that deal. Try again. Maybe you'll get lucky. Come on, I believe in you. I have faith. Come on.
Ace is just sitting there going, I thought she said, shut the fuck
up. They say, we could even get rid of your little friend.
It's my job.
Does it matter how you do your job? Isn't the result the same? Isn't it blessedly quiet without him?
Actually, be lonely.
And for Gianni, same, the bitter cold, the hands pressing on various parts of your body, and the voices are saying, we could give you the most precious treasures of the world. You could walk around free and not hiding yourself.
Gianni is keeping his eyes closed. He doesn't say anything, but he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a single card from his deck and holds it up behind him and doesn't say a single thing. He doesn't even know what the card is. So let's see what we get. Ready? Can y'all see that?
What is it?
Appropriate.
Yeah, we see. Yeah,
The fool.
appropriate.
Well,
You're not supposed to tell him. But it's very appropriate.
So he doesn't look at it. He just pulls it out.
And
Okay.
just holds it up behind him. And
Okay.
that's it.
All right. So this goes on for what seems like an extremely long time. Then eventually, Nanette, you start to feel like some warmth on your face, and you pull out, push through, kind of like this membrane, kind of into a room, and then Andreas and everybody else and Ace and Gianni follow. It kind of feels like you're pushing through like a slime almost, or like a goo, kind of, when you're kind of pushing through to the warmth. And you all tumble out into a room. You assume it's a room or whatever.
Go ahead and pop one of those vials. Oh, just gonna.
All right. Okay, so Antoine says you can open your eyes.
Okay.
And you're yeah,
Are you
you're in
alright,
a small room.
Monsieur? Does he look okay?
I mean,
He's
he
only
looks
1,000.
spent. He looks spent, but I mean, walking for people, it's kind of expected. So he looks tired. But you're in a room that kind of looks like, like a small bedroom. It's very plain. There's like a bed and a, table and just basic stuff. So it's like a bed, bedstand, table, chair, stuff like that. And they're just very basic. No clothes, no decor or anything. Just like basic furniture.
Where
And
are we? Where are we?
we are in Central Charus.
Which district?
He'll name it, and it's one of the central districts.
Mostly just for orienting myself. And
Yeah, so it's like if this is like where like your house and stuff is over here, you're kind of like over here. So you have a little bit to go, like maybe like 20 minutes. And Antoine says the Count owns this place under one of his various names.
They're close here.
And he points to like the closet. There's like a little closet.
I walk over and open it up.
I mean, it's Montaigne clothes.
Do we need to change?
No, but it is necessary to make sure one person here is not noticeable.
I'm going to need at least a hat.
You cannot have mine, son.
There are some hats in there. I mean, it's nothing special. Oh, there's a wide variety. There's some nicer stuff and some like, not like basic stuff and everything like that. However, Gianni, your card that you pulled out, I assume Gianni goes to check it when he gets out.
Yeah.
It is black and red now. Like you see the edge of the card, but the picture, where the picture for the card would be, is black and red and kind of swirls, like when you look at it, kind of like a holographic image. And below, in the same script as your card, it says the place between.
Well, that is going to be very interesting to try and figure out what that means.
Do you?
So yeah, and if you look through this, So you've now lost your Fool card. Gianni goes through the deck like, which card was that? Yeah. He realizes it was the Fool card, so he can interpret that however he likes, but that card has now changed.
I wonder if it applied to me or them. Who knows?
It applied to all
Are
of
you
us.
saying? Are you hiding this? I mean, anybody
I'm
can
talking
see
out
this, I
loud.
assume, as he's contemplating. Yeah.
Oh, what
So
applied?
y'all can see Gianni's new weird card.
Did you try to read its fortune?
No, I was very curious. I did not do anything but held out the card in front of me. Or actually behind me.
No. You shouldn't
Why?
bring anything back from the place between. Now it has a link to you.
What does it mean?
And it's never anything good, I promise.
It means it can get to you whenever it wants to, especially if you start drawing that one.
You should be careful when you use that card.
Well, thankfully I have other decks, but it will be a good one to keep in backup.
Put it in like a metal box.
Do not worry. But all things considered, let's get you taken care of so they will not realize who you are. And I would like to work a disguise for Nanette.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let's go ahead and roll our first roll 3 hours into the game.
Pantaloon.
Hat is technically still on. I'm just taking it off for the moment.
I couldn't
Yeah.
see his pretty,
wits.
pretty hazel eyes.
Wits and convince. Because you're trying to make a very convincing thing, and whatever you roll will be however many raises you get will be what anybody who wants to try to recognize her will need to beat.
All right. Well, that is going to be one, at least two. I'll re-roll one dice and let's see if I can knock it up even higher. If not, okay. So that is going to be 3 successes.
Okay.
It should at least nobody should be looking at you normally, and this will also make sure that if they are checking for you, you have a chance.
I appreciate it. I need all the help we can get. I'm uncomfortably famous.
All right. So Antoine is still sitting on the bed. He says, should I wait here or should I go back to La Buca when I have rested?
I think we can look around it. We can manage our own way back. We appreciate you. We appreciate everything that you've done, but yeah, rest up, and it's probably better for you if you never see us again anyway.
How long will it take you to rest up, sir?
Oh, I'm just going back myself. I'll probably be here a few hours. I'll rest, I'll sleep.
In case your services are needed, we will just know that we can come back here in the next few hours. But yes, go. Be safe.
Yeah, if
would it
we're
be
not
better-
back,
Yeah.
no, go
Would,
ahead.
would it be better for you to wait until maybe dawn? Properly rested, and that way, if we don't come back, we are either dead or have found another way. But this way,
I
if
can
there's
do
anything
that.
that we could convey to the Comte, this might be a good opportunity to do so.
He nods. It's a very solid plan. I shall wait here till dawn then. So it's now dusk. It's getting nighttime now. After all that you guys have done. So we're getting into nighttime. Yeah, so here you are. You're in Charus. central, about 20 minutes from Nanette's house. In this room that has some clothes. I leave it to you four.
So, we're here. We did it. That's a plus. That's a plus. We actually did something that we said we were going to do, and we made it here safely, I think. Right? Nobody said anything in there. Right? We all did what we were supposed to do. Good. I really didn't think this far ahead, except for getting them out. So, do you reckon we should go ahead and go and start that process, or should we secure a way out before? Do you have friends here?
Many, but
Ones that you trust. The way you speak of your own nobility, I have concerns.
There are two that I can talk to here that I think would be wise to do so.
You have friends here, Gianni.
Yes. My mother is at actually the convent of Saint Dorothy in Agony. It is not too far from here, but we can ask her and see if she knows anything through the grapevine of where the her family is being held. I hope that she would know something along those lines.
well, my brother did say it was house arrest, so
Your mother's a nun?
Yes, my mother is a nun.
Did you tell us that?
I think I did when I blurted out everything.
Okay. Well, as long as you're on our side.
She also is a part of a certain group that might be interested in helping.
Invisible College?
Oh God, no, no. A group that helps Strega escape Vidachi.
Oh,
So she's a part of that, and that they use the abbey as a front for that purpose.
so a group that specializes in getting people out of a place where they are heavily oppressed.
Yes.
This feels kind of. Are things going our way?
Serendipitous, perhaps.
Yeah.
And then the other side of this is unfortunately, but at the same time fortunate. El Empresario's Universidad is here in Shadow's.
Well, you made it sound like you really didn't want to have to deal with him again.
No, but they will work for money.
Yeah, that's good. We know somebody with some of that.
well, any of my true friends will likely be watched for much the same reason as my family. But I could probably reach out to my lawyer to go ahead and secure us a ship.
Did you just say any of my two friends?
No, any of my true friends.
Oh, okay.
But that is also the number.
I was like, oh. Fuck.
Do we need to reach out to the lawyer, or because if this group is really good at getting people out, maybe they can do it?
Well, yes, but it's also nice to have a ship as a backup.
I mean, here's the thing. We could get them out with the smugglers and then get us out with a ship.
There are nearly 50 people in the employ of my family.
All I'm saying is, well, yeah, I mean, I assumed that you'd want to probably hire them if we got a ship, but all I'm saying is, when we take the ship and get out of here, we're potentially headed right back into danger. So it might not be the safest and smartest choice to put your family on a boat going wherever we're going.
Oh, no, they would just be going somewhere safer. But I would like to have one in case we need one.
No, I completely agree. Please, by all means, buy a ship. So, where do we get in touch with your lawyer? Can we send him a letter, or should
The
one of us
offices
go?
are not far.
Okay.
I believe they are on their way to the convent conveniently. I can slip them. They will not be open at this hour, of course, but I can give them what they need.
Wonderful.
Danny, you're muted.
Danny, you're muted.
Yes, you can always leave a message because they have a lot of businesses or places that might need to do things at a lot of different hours. They usually have like boxes for you to like, leave notes or messages
A
or
Dropbox?
things in.
Night Dropbox.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, basically.
Nice. I can return my
Yeah.
DVDs and leave a message for my lawyer.
Yeah. Well, if you're a lawyer, sometimes,
No, you
things
have to
happen
handle
at
your
night.
shit at all hours.
Yeah. So, at least they'll have that in the morning when someone's there or someone checks on it. So you can definitely do that if you would
Nothing
like.
big. It'll just be like a brig or something something affordable, in the 40K range.
Mm-hmm. Cool. All right. So are you all leaving to head to the lawyer's office then and do that first?
I believe
All
so.
right.
And as we're getting ready to go, I'm going to stress. I don't think we should separate at all while we're here. I mean, if you have to take a pee or something, that's different. But we should stay together.
I'm
No
in full
separation.
agreement. Absolutely.
No separation.
We hold hands the entire time.
Communal bathroom break.
Everyone's just standing there with backs to everyone else, like while somebody else does something.
I'm pee shy.
Well, there are those communal booths on the corner of the streets,
Mm-hmm.
No.
Oh, those aren't restrooms. Oh, Montaigne. Sorry, couldn't help myself.
Yeah, and Nanette, once again, once you step outside, I mean, in the room and stuff, and in the place in between, it didn't really hit you, but still, when you get outside, and you'd expect to smell like what you would normally smell in Charus, and there is nothing. You normally expect it to smell like the street and, the night and, piss and food and all the other stuff in the city, but
Do you make a face? Can we tell that you're
Just one of
experiencing discomfort?
homesickness.
Okay.
so Nanette is gonna she's not gonna say anything. She's gonna okay.
That's a problem for
Alright.
tomorrow, Nanette.
Okay. So, well, let's go ahead. If Nanette's gonna try to hide it, I mean, I imagine it's disconcerting. So let's go ahead and let's do a roll. Let's do a roll to see if the party notices something off with Nanette. Let's do that. Why not? All right. So Nanette, I'm gonna have you roll your wits and resolve, and then everybody else will do their wits and notice.
Can I use my
And
evil
it's-
eye for this or not?
Sure. I mean, you're trying to look and see what's going on. Sure, that would count. She has sharp eyes.
And Ollie, you saw chat just gave you an extra D10?
Thanks,
Sean
Chad.
Sean timed in just to be like, oh, let her hide her feelings.
I won't be making this roll simply because my character is much more concerned about the city itself than our party.
That's valid. Valid.
More just doing this as an observation, like taking in the surroundings. And my dice have said as much.
How many raises did you get?
I got
Nice.
2 raises and 4 extras.
Oh, okay.
You want to buy them?
And Ace.
Sorry, Josh.
Just a second.
Oh.
I'm adding. I'm good at this. I have 2 left over, but I have 4 in notice, so 15s are 2 raises, and I have 6. Then.
All right.
And
Nanette,
2
how
left over.
many?
It's 5. There's
5?
nothing left over.
All right. I mean, it's very, you know, like you see something, Ace, like something go across her face. Just for, I mean, because there's only like one raise difference, so you do see something like for a moment across her face. You know, maybe discomfort. I mean, if any emotion, what does Nanette feel like when she realizes she can't smell anything, if anything?
I mean, well, she sort of is aware of it already, so at this point, it's really just kind of
like it lingered.
Yeah, so it's mostly like the sensation of like you're coming home and you're really excited to be home, but something's just like not quite right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so she looks, you know,
Yeah.
like something's wrong for a moment.
I will... You don't have to tell me this. Do I get the impression that you don't want to talk about it? Then I won't ask.
Bigger problems to worry about right now.
Okay, then I won't ask.
Maybe when I start going blind, that'll be a problem. But we'll get there.
I file that away. Don't give Danny ideas. What are you doing?
Danny doesn't need ideas for this.
At least
I'll say that.
At least taste and smell are kind of related. Kind of. I won't say.
All right.
I file it away.
All right, so yeah, I already did the roll for your like walk over to the lawyer, and you know, you see a few people out in the evening. It kind of, you know, you see some people like maybe walking together in the evening, you know, going to dinner and stuff. And you're kind of making your way over to the lawyer, and I assume you like prepped everything before you left like the room.
Yeah, just
You know, for the lawyer.
Here's my request, blah blah blah. You know,
yeah,
coded because half of our transactions are in code anyway, just for other reasons.
Yeah, and leave it in the box. Sweet. All right. Now what? Where are we headed?
Go see
we
Mom.
headed to the. Oh boy. All right.
I
Excellent.
didn't think that Gianni's family would be the first family we'd meet.
Well, you've met Tomas. And you. And,
Kaya.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, and
Kind of.
Kaya.
Not everybody's met Kaya, but yeah.
Andreas
I didn't think Gianni would be the first one to take us home.
Yeah. There you go. That's it. Yeah, that's it. All right. Let me see here. Okay, so you're gonna walk to the convent. So, how is Gianni's relationship with his mother? This is something we actually haven't discussed, so we're establishing this right now. Because we did not know that this was going to be a thing today, but it is. See, surprises. We're adjusting. So, how is Gianni's relationship with Mama?
In my tweeting questions, I mentioned this briefly, but Mom really cares a great deal about Gianni, but Gianni is obviously Gianni. And Gianni is always getting into trouble. Gianni is always doing something. And so, like, literally in my character description, it's like, when asked about Gianni, his mom makes the sign of the prophet and, says a brief prayer. So she cares about him, but at the same time, there is going to be immediate, what have you done now, kind of thing. Yeah. But yeah, it's not a bad relationship.
If I might ask, what's our visual reference?
Sofia Vergara was the one that he gave us way back.
Yes.
Yeah, Sofia Vergara. Okay.
Thank you.
Nice.
All right. Excellent. Nice. Okay. All right. So the convent is, it looks like a typical, Montaigne religious type building, gray stone, beautiful windows, stained glass windows. The parapets have, the prophet's cross on top of it. and everything. And it's very, very quiet. But as you come up to the convent, you do hear the bells from the convent start to ring. And they are ringing 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 7 o'clock at night. So how are you entering the convent to look for your mother? The four of you.
1 second. And if it's like in most convents, knocks at a door that's usually pretty heavily barred.
Mm-hmm.
And when the small window opens up, Maria,
Mm-hmm.
it's me, Gianni. I need to speak with my mother, please.
How long has it been since you've been home?
Over a year.
How long has it been since you've... All right. Yeah. So, yeah, the nun who opens the door. Gianni. Well,
Maria,
well.
it's so good to see you. You look so wonderful.
And has not changed, I see. I'll go tell Angelina you're here.
Thank you.
And she, shuts the door. And a couple minutes later...
It reminds me of one of my tutors.
The door opens.
You said tutor.
And, yeah, your mother is standing in the door wearing the typical, garb that the prophets nuns wear. I mean, I'd imagine, since we're talking about, what's essentially the Catholic Church, it would be the typical, black and white, or, hey, it's Montaigne. Actually, I think there are some orders, especially in France, that use blue.
St. Clair's
blue
is
nun's
blue
garb.
with white.
Yes, yeah, blue with white. Yeah. So and that's what it is. They're a Montaigne convent. They wear blue, the blue and white. Habits, and she has like a prophet's cross, hanging. And she opens the door and sees you standing there, and makes the sign of the prophet. Like,
Mi madre, so good to see you.
oh, it's your mom, though. Your mom came back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's how you're greeting her?
Yeah,
I assume
mi
you
madre,
say
so good
mom.
to see you. And this walks over to try and give her a
I'm
hug.
alright. Yeah, okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I get it. Alright. Yeah, she kind of is a little, like stiff and but then she kind of gives you a hug and, like, pets your hair a little bit, well, the hat, like, what hair she can get under the hat. And then she holds you kind of at a little length and kind of looks you over. And she says, well, tell me what has kept you so occupied you can't come and see your mother.
I'm sorry. I recently left the impresario's company. We were in northern Montaigne, and I found myself in quite a predicament. But time is of the essence, mother, and I have friends I wish to introduce you to.
In trouble, Gianni.
Not myself, amazingly enough. But we'll get there. The night is still young.
I find that hard to believe.
Yes, but you raised me for a purpose, mother.
Where are these friends of yours?
Allow me to introduce to you my friends Ace, Andreas, and Ninette Primavera.
Bonjour, madame.
You just dropped her real name right there.
Oh, yes.
The full one, too. The full one.
with purpose.
She she raises her eyebrow and then she says, looks all three of you over for a long minute. Starts to get a little uncomfortable because she's just appraising all of you. And then finally
Andreas, under this gaze, Andreas shrinks a little as he's like reminded of like his own his grandmother and mother. Just so like he is visibly shrinking in her view.
I never had female authority figures, so I'm just like smiling like I'm nice. I look pleasant.
And then eventually she says, she does the sign of the prophet, and she says, "Blessings of the prophet be upon you. Please come inside. I'll be interested to see why Gianni has brought you to me."
We're all interested to see that.
Yeah.
Yes, please, let's go.
thought you had a
Everybody,
plan.
this is, believe it or not, this is where I was raised.
An agony. Lovely.
Glad your taste in fashion has improved since then.
Andreas like bows in respect as he crosses through the threshold. Like it looks like a little
There you
bow.
And I'm probably pointing out things as we go by. I'm just like, yeah, that's the kitchen. That is the Noviet's room where I often used to hide under the beds and scare people. I was a terrible child.
The Davis is following you, and the Davis is basically like, all these humans and their silly little fates. It's very amusing.
So, I take it everything goes as normal, Mother?
Yes. Come, let's go sit in the library. And she takes you into like there's a library, and it does have some lanterns and some standing prophets crosses, and most of the texts, if you glance at them, are religious in nature, history, philosophical texts, that sort of thing. It's not huge, it's kind of smallish room. But there's a couple chairs, some chairs in there, like a couch and a couple chairs, and people can sit. Yeah. So she gestures and sits down, and she doesn't say anything. She's just looking at Gianni, waiting for him to speak.
Mother, I hope. Do you mind if I drop the accent for a moment?
By all means.
Okay, well, allow me to introduce all my friends here. Again,
Johnny's accent drops, which you all probably have not heard before.
He did
one
it
time.
when he did the
it
full
one time.
confession.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So the second time y'all have heard him do this.
So,
Yeah.
Mom, the issue is that, Nanette here is in a bit of a problem.
Just a wee one.
I'm quite aware
Do you
that they
know?
have been looking for her.
I take it the Inquisition has specifically targeted her family, yes?
As far as I'm aware, the story is this young lady stole something from the church. She kind of gives Nanette a glance, like,
Oh no, that was me.
I am not surprised.
Unfortunately, so a little bit of trouble has fallen her way because of that. And,
So it was your fault then. Didn't you just assure me a few minutes ago that it wasn't you that was in trouble?
they just don't know
But you
it's me.
caused this trouble.
Yes, but nobody knows it was me. And at this point, I will say unfortunately.
And Nanette doesn't blame him. She already said so. I mean, you don't need to be too hard on him.
I'd rather him not get the blame any more than necessary.
Hmm.
I owe them a debt. And I recognize the purpose of your special order and the protection of women.
Go on.
We're going to be rescuing her family, and I need help getting them away, which is your specialty.
Oh, Jesus.
Especially in this case where they are blameless.
She closes her eyes, and it looks like she's like her lips are moving, and she's probably saying a prayer of some kind, more than likely one for patience.
It's the Serenity Prayer.
If you're, yeah. Lord, help me with this boy. Lord, help me with this boy. I mean, which is par for the course for Gianni. I mean, this is, nothing new. She opens her eyes and says, "So, you wish Sophia's daughters to risk the ire of the Inquisition to help the Primver family?"
You risk it every day of every moment. And I know that your order is sworn to defend women wherever they are in any part of Thea if they are facing persecution.
How many are we looking to transport?
I look over at Nanette with that.
Well, there's at least two. My parents, my grandparents, Suzette, of course. Oh, and the entire roster of the household probably is very much in danger. There will be a ship, likely within a few days, if it is necessary.
May I ask a question? If you're aware of her predicament, have you heard anything regarding her family or her household?
The Inquisition has made it quite the little fortress, the Primver estate. As far as we know, everyone is still in there. That's what they have been saying. The story going around is that the church is merely interested in making sure that their property is returned, and of course they put this in the most gentlest of manners.
So no public executions or anything like that?
No.
They like to keep that private, behind closed doors.
Out of character, did Nanette ever give us the information that you got from your brother or whatever the name of the person?
Not yet. It hasn't really come up.
Who is leading
it? Well, we have heard that one of the inquisitors in charge of the operation is... Let me see, I have the name.
Is it Jimenez? Or another one?
Olivia. I try to remember the first name. Olivia Jimenez.
What do you know?
She has worked for the church from some kind. Brutal, callous, cold.
Sounds like the church.
They're the perfect place for her. She'll fit right in.
Again. What's the next solution? Just chuck it in the place between. It'll take care of it.
Maybe they'll bring my senses back. I don't know.
If she is leading this location, and with what she does, and who all she hurts, will your order be upset if something happens to her? Just out of curiosity. I don't plan on doing it, Mom, but if something were to happen, are we going to be looking at your ire for that?
The Inquisition is not oppressed. The Inquisition is the oppressor. Woman or not. I think we can probably lend some assistance. I don't know how many we would be able to transport easily on such short notice. It sounds like there are quite a number.
I can give you detailed blueprints of the estate and any discreet methods of entry.
That would be helpful. Do you have some sort of plan, Gianni, for rescuing these folks?
We have
Or is it as usual?
Oh, it is as usual, but at the same time, I have grown a little bit.
I see.
You sent me to the impresario. You know how he taught me.
And what have the cards said?
Oh, I haven't looked at them in a few hours. But I can always do a quick spread when it comes to if it's necessary.
Well,
Really, right now, right
probably
here?
the best. Sure. Should she not? There's a little table right there.
I pull out one of my other decks. I'm not using the one that's got the special card in it now.
Johnny, I don't know if we have time for a 15-card spread right now.
Oh, I'm not doing 15. This is going to be 4.
Okay.
Interesting. The sun. That is who we are. On the face of it, this shows, and I hold it up for everyone. It shows the face of the sun overlooking things. It shows quite a happy little picture. That's us. Isn't that nice? Now that is appropriate. Our oppression, that which faces us. The witch. Definitely quite on the point, don't you think? Fate's been rather angry with me recently, it seems. Oh, now this is interesting. Inverse Knight of Coins. Dealing with material at that point, so the lack thereof at this point. And that which is the martial strength. And the ending. Our outcome will be the beggar. So we are looking at a lack of martial strength being that which will lead us through this situation, but we will end up with the beggar. Isn't that fun?
That doesn't sound very fun.
I don't understand.
So what you're
he's
saying
saying
is
when you have
just-
to say-
So, what you're saying is it's just you four intend to rescue all these people?
I think we asked for your help.
Well, true. But we are more of the stealthy kind. We generally don't do raids. Are you planning to sneak in and sneak all these people out?
What if we provide a distraction? They want me.
We're
They'll
really
have
good
to
at
come get me.
Oh,
being distracted.
a distraction I think we can handle. But the beggar is a very interesting card because it's not the normal card. Beggar is also usually known as the fool, but the fool walks off. He doesn't. The fool is walking forward. He only sees what's ahead of him. He doesn't pay attention to the yapping of the dog behind him. He doesn't see the cliff or danger, possible danger, not always death, but possible danger that's before him. While the beggar sits and looks down. So,
So a distraction while we extricate people from the Primver estate. We will definitely need those plans. How much time do we have?
A few
5 hours?
hours best. Probably less than. It took us quite a walk to get here.
But it was on the way, right?
Ninette's already been sketching. Nothing
Yeah.
too detailed, but it should be enough to let them know that, hey, there's this secret tunnel that the kids have used since they were like 4 in these shrubs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you're going to be drawing those plans, and Angelina says, well then, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and inform people of what is happening. I'll leave you here to decide how and when, where you want to do this. And she, kind of makes the sign of the prophet at you, and she leaves the room, leaving you in the library to figure out. It's kind of like cross like this, up and out, create the round. Yeah, and so she'll leave you to try to figure out, how you're gonna do a distraction, where you want to do it, and all that. So, have any ideas? This would be the time to push them forth for an idea of a solid distraction and how you want to go about it.
I mean,
I'll be the distraction. I could just stand across the street and theoretically they will come for me.
your parents, there's going to be haste needed for you to be the one with them. As far as distraction goes, we do need to pull them away. But there are ways of handling that, such as the barrel that I brought.
Mm-hmm.
I'm obviously an actor, and I can pretend to be drunk. Drop my other barrel as close as I can get it to the building. And that is an excellent distraction. Might take a few of them out if I do it right.
The
Question.
problem with a full-on assault. Oh no, go ahead.
Did we bring the cross with us, or did we already give that away?
That's with the count.
Mm-hmm.
I would very much like to learn as much as possible about what they want.
So you want to do this full stealth?
No, I want to go talk to them. They wanted they wanted me for a reason. If I can draw some of them away, give at least a few of you opportunity, or at least your mother's people opportunity to slip inside unnoticed, and then see what we can learn of their intentions. If we want to make Silent Death an enemy of our enemy, then I'm sure he will be interested in finding out what we can learn as well.
Are you suggesting you go alone?
Oh, no, perish the thought. I don't think that would be a good idea. But some of us who are perhaps better suited at stealth and getting people away might be better used elsewhere.
So, I have a very, very, very crazy idea.
Well, we're in the middle of one, so please do share.
Well, Knight of Pentacles. So of course, the pentacles or the coins represents that which is material. The inversing of this, I mean, is actually self-discipline with boredom, feeling stuck, and perfectionism. It's that last word that really hit me. Really hit me. I want to take it back to where this all started. How about we see if they're willing to meet us at the church where the wedding was going to happen? I know my way
That
around it pretty well. We can get in and out.
that is
Pull
where
them
Tomas
away.
was supposed to take me.
Pull them away from that location, from your home.
Can you? Well, I don't know if Ace knows about that. I was gonna say, do you have a way of getting a letter to them, Nanette? In your hand.
I can deliver it.
I mean,
Preferably without
I won't wear
any
my
of us going
swords.
to the house.
I will hand it to them and I will walk away.
I just don't think I like us splitting up yet.
I agree. We don't need to be acting as couriers. Trust me, we're in a town full of people. You pay coin, you hand a letter to a kid, and they run off and do it.
I mean, they might have. They might be at the church as well. It might be worthwhile to see if what the numbers look like outside my home, and then we tell them we will be at the church waiting for them.
So we do a little recon. We go and we see what your house looks like from the outside, and then we continue on to the church and we see what it looks like there. What day is it?
It's not a.
like day of the week or
Yeah, what day is it?
Yeah, it's not. We're not looking at a day of worship, right? I think that's probably like what you were looking for.
Well, I mean, if it is a day of worship,
worship
yay.
is kind of in Montaigne anyway, so.
Yeah, I know, but still, they
all right.
probably.
Well,
hold
hey,
regular
let's find
service
out.
schedule.
I don't actually know. So let's find out.
I mean, I've been joking that
Uh,
it's finally Wednesday, but I don't know if that's
Yeah.
what it actually is. or
We
not.
actually haven't done like a day of the week. So let's say this. One through, and see, these have no skulls on it, so I do know what the
Thanks.
numbers will be.
You can
Um,
read them.
I can read them. So 1 through 5, we'll say it is a thing of worship, a day of worship, Sunday, and anything else we'll say it's middle of the week, another day of the week. It's a 0, so it is in the middle of the week, so it is not a day of worship. So, no, it is like, it's in the middle of the week. It's like a Thursday or something.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just didn't know if.
No, that's okay. We figured it out. So, there you are. Awesome. All right.
So that
So-
at least means that if we go by the church, that there won't be a bunch of people there for something innocent.
Of course.
Prefer-
No, I agree with you. And Nanette quickly jots a quick letter, and she thinks a moment, pricks her finger, and then signs her name in blood, and puts a minor mark on the letter.
Nicely done.
Okay.
This way, I will
All
know
right.
they're coming.
Mm-hmm. You will. If they carry the letter with them. Yeah.
If they carry the
sure.
letter with them,
Hopefully,
or if they carry one of your parents.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean, now that you're pretty close, you can tell that your parents, like the marks, if you kind of reach out, I mean, like it would be like if they were at the house. So that's confirmation for you. You can still feel the mark. So which you could have done it. So yeah, I mean, the question of whether they're alive or not, I mean, you can tell that they're still there. Their marks are still there. Okay, so your mother comes back in, Gianni. She says, "Well, what have you decided, Gianni?"
we're going to send a letter after a bit, but the thing is, we are going to go to the house, check it out, see what the forces there actually look like. We're going to go to the church at Yetta Yetta location,
It's the big central cathedral.
and we're going to try and get the Inquisition to come to us there.
I see.
But we're going to check it first. But send a letter, have them come to us. Try and get a little bit of information from them. I'm looking over at Nanette when I say that. And then, well, goal is to get everybody out of this country.
Mm-hmm. So we should set our people, our sisters, at the church to be ready.
No, at the house, so that when the Inquisition leaves, you can get the people out.
Yes, understood. Understood.
I doubt they will bring any of my family with them, although if they do, we can try to rescue them ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Very well, then. We shall go prepare. How shall we? Well, we shall see them leave, so I suppose I shall wish you luck in luring them out of the house.
They'll come for her. And, we'll make sure that they hear us and they come. I believe that the cathedral bells going off at a very odd time will definitely draw a lot of attention. And you'll know that we're there.
Oh, shit.
What was that about avoiding innocent?
Tell me no. I mean, if
No, that actually is great. We should definitely use those cathedral bells.
Yeah, you're the only one who can get up there.
Your mother walks over to you, Gianni, and she takes your face and she goes to kiss your forehead. And she will procure a blessing upon you as a strega, too. She'll the same one that you gave to Andreas. What would be the most beneficial for your mother to give you in terms of changing your
there actually is one, I would say, well, the witch is always fun. There's actually one that, where are you?
Michael's already got his book out. He's flipping through.
I would,
Preferences.
strangely enough, I would almost say, if I'm about to do this craziness, let's go with the tower. And we'll go with, for the tower, we'll go with humble. It's the virtue thereof. Essentially, when I activate it, I gain 2 hero points.
Ooh.
Shit. But
Yeah.
you have
Awesome.
to be humble?
Yeah, it doesn't really work well, but you know, all of a sudden I'll just be a very calm Gianni for a while.
Yeah, so your mother kisses your forehead and she says, I wish you luck, Gianni, in your endeavor. And next time, try to come and visit me when you don't need something.
Very well. I'm sorry, mother.
Promise?
I promise.
And she looks at all of you. You heard him promise, yes?
We'll hold him to it.
Yeah, that's bullshit. At least, drop a card or something. God.
I like your friend.
I haven't seen my dad in 3 years, but I at least write him letters every week.
You're a good daughter. From this one, every once in a while, I get some trinket in the mail occasionally. Who knows where they come from?
Yeah, I wouldn't go flashing them about.
Best not to ask.
I'm sure I won't be able to see you before you leave again, so. And, she gives you a blessing, just, another kiss, and she's gonna, leave the room.
Wow.
To go prepare.
I think we have a plan.
Indeed. So the first step is your recon, right? So are you gonna gather anything before you head over to the mansion to do some recon, pick up stuff, or make sure whatever you take with you, or anything like that, or are you just gonna go right over there?
Lots of rope.
Grappling
Lots of
hook,
rope.
maybe.
Are you gonna write the letter before we go?
I think she.
Yeah.
It's already
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. She wrote
It's
it, and
very
are you
brief.
gonna? Yeah, and so are you gonna send it? Are you gonna leave it at the house, or are
We're
you
gonna
like
find some
using
urchin to
for
deliver
day?
it.
Okay, all right.
But you don't want to do
Okay,
that
so
until after we finish
Yeah,
recounting the
yeah, yeah.
house. Yeah.
yeah.
Yep, correct.
Before we leave there, Andreas asks if he can borrow 2 sheets of that paper that you're writing on and a quill,
Of course.
and he writes out 2 quick notes, 2 quick letters. If do you like glance over to see what he's writing?
If it's in a language I
What-
can't read, it don't matter.
It is in Sarmatian.
What are you?
Don't read it.
Johnny could read it.
One of them says to one of them is to a Apollonia, and the other one is to a male name that
Your cousin.
no oh, he grabs a third one quickly, remembering that.
Oops.
Oh.
And he if Gianni looks over the letters, both of them are kind of goodbyes to the two that, and the one to his cousin is and I'm sorry. Hopefully it wasn't too terrifying. And he seals them and addresses them, and asks and hands them to Gianni's mother and goes, "Could you please get these in the post? Take these to the Cora shipping. They can get them where they need to go."
Well, his mom has left, but you can like open the door and ask somebody,
Yeah.
one of the other nuns to do that for you. So that's cool.
You send this for me. Thanks, dear.
Thanks,
Give
dear.
it to one of the Noviats. They're the ones
I'll
with
give
the
you
smaller hats.
tuppence.
I'll give you a tuppence to deliver this to me family.
Tuppence.
But basically, it's
Yeah.
1 apology note and 2. I don't know if I'm
Goodbyes.
going to make it through this notes.
Oh no. Well, that's not going to go over well. Great. Johnny introduces us as nice people. Andreas just makes it sound like we're going to get him killed.
That's why he wrote it in Sarmatian. So unless anyone there knows Sarmatian, the only thing that's in Thayan are
We
the
don't.
addresses.
I mean, they're super spies. They probably do.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna circle by my room before we leave too and grab any of my stuff that is still here, which I'm hoping includes a concertina.
Sure.
All of his nudie mags. And his
I'll allow
concertina.
it. I'll
An
allow
old
it.
candy bar. And a really good damn pillow.
All
Those
right.
are the things I
Stuffed
get.
it myself.
Extra feathers that you stole from the
So-
rich.
Yes. Yeah. All right. So y'all head out then? Anybody else need to? Okay. Heading over to the house. Andreas's letters have been sent. Gianni went to his room. Nanette has her letter ready after you go to her house. And nobody recognizes anybody along the way as you're walking through the streets. You do see people. It's getting evening and stuff now. Even more evening. It done like 7, so by the time you leave, we're now getting into like the 8:30 probably time frame, somewhere that heading up into 9. And you follow the familiar path to where Nanette's house. Nanette, describe your family estate.
Yeah,
What's it look like?
It's modest, relatively. It's obviously in one of the nicer parts of Charus. Well manicured lawn, maybe not so much anymore, but at least when she left, it was all extremely well maintained. quaint little fence around everything to keep the riffraff out. Like probably white stucco finishes with blue accents. It's very Montaigne. Like perfectly like trimmed rose bushes. It's springtime, so it's colorful. It's vibrant. It's everything Nanette has worked her like young life to build. And it's beautiful, and it's crawling with inquisition of dogs.
It is. Yeah, I mean, as you get closer, I'm assuming everybody's doing stealth. So let's make a couple stealth rolls here. As you are making
this, just to let you know, good thing nobody knows who the fuck I am.
So
don't
don't be suspicious.
I have
go
0 in hide.
Vanessa and hide. Gonna go ahead. You'll need at least 1 to accomplish getting close. You will need 2. Yeah, I think you'll need at least 2 more. So for a total of 3 raises to make sure you don't get seen, at least initially. So at least 3 raises.
Got my 3.
I'm gonna burn a hero point to give myself an extra die.
Got my 3 at least. I was hoping to try and go higher.
I got. I only got 2.
Also only got
2. 2.
It's fine. We're just
Okay,
hanging out.
2.
They don't know you.
I mean, yeah, nobody knows me here.
All right,
Kid that
so
tried to stab me. Or shoot
I'd have been much
me.
better
So-
if it was performed.
the one was for actually like getting up there, and the 2 was for not being spotted. So you can, if you want, make your 2 to not be spotted. You just don't get as far because you realize if you go farther, you're gonna get caught. You can do that.
I will
Fine with
abstain
it.
from getting closer.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
If the other 2 proceed,
Yeah. Like they feel like they're good, but you 2 are kind of like, oh crap! If we go any farther, we're gonna be seen. You know, we're gonna get caught. So Nanette and Gianni, get a little bit closer. What tack are you taking? Like, what side of the house? The back, the front? Kind of like trying to come around it. Like, how are you kind of trying to like get close to kind of see what's going on?
I mean, Nanette would probably go for the sides, just because theoretically the front is likely more defended, because that's just where the common stratagem would be to put your folks. But I'm kind of mostly wanting to make sure that the exits that Nanette pointed out on her diagrams are safer.
Mm-hmm. So as you're going around the side, you can kind of see, and you're kind of looking around, making sure, you don't see anybody. But you do catch sight of the front way, like where people kind of come up the drive. And you see this incredibly fancy carriage coming up the driveway. Not recognized it before.
I was gonna say, does it have any house sigils on it or anything?
It doesn't. It looks very fancy, but seems pretty nondescript. So fancy furnishing, fancy wood, nice looking horses, but kind of nondescript.
That's a little odd.
So you have 2 choices. You can ignore it and kind of or you can try to get a closer look and see what the carriage is.
I can go and look at that, and then if you want to, you scope out to see where the guards are. If I notice anything unusual, I will write it down or draw it if I don't understand what it is, okay?
All right.
Mm-hmm. All right, Gianni, make a roll. Finesse and hide. You're gonna get closer. I'm gonna say you're gonna need 4. You're gonna need 1 to actually do the action, 2 not to be seen, And 3, not to hurt yourself. 4, not to hurt yourself, because it's kind of with all the bushes and rocks and all of that. It's a little treacherous to sneak the way you're trying to sneak. So, you got to be a bit nimble.
Rerolling
And of course,
one
people
of
can
them.
help with. Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go. Thank goodness. All right, I got 4 exactly with nothing left over.
Sweet. So you get close and you can see the front of the Premvera estate. And the carriage stops. And the driver gets off the carriage. Goes to the door. Opens it. And out steps a man dressed in cardinal's robes. Looks like cardinal's robes, and red with a hat and everything like that, prophet's cross and everything like that. Looking very much like Nick Cage. And with that, we will end for the evening with that sighting. So, thank you for joining us. And next time, I have a feeling things are going to get a lot. I have a feeling.
Tits up, friends. Tits up.
Tits up, chin up. And I thank everybody who's
You say that like a
with us. Who's with us. Thank you for joining us tonight. And I hope you had a good time. It was a lot of prep, a lot of tension, but we're getting ready. And so we met Gianni's mom and all of that, and had some knowledge thrown at us. And next time we will see how they deal with the Inquisition and how their little plan goes. So unless there's any last minute announcements you guys didn't make at the beginning, no? I will go ahead and wish everyone fair winds and following seas until next week.
Night, everyone.
Night.
Friends.